Good morning, Dr. Isapana. Thank you for joining us today. Before I ask you some questions, I'm going to ask the court reporter to swear you in.
I'm just going to have you affirm your evidence, so please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
So I'd like to start with some questions about your professional background. You worked at SEMA from approximately 2009 to July 2018?
That's correct.
And what roles did you hold since 2009?
So I started as an engineer, traffic engineer, and then project manager, senior project manager, and in the meantime became associate partner and partner with the firm too.
And then after you left SEMA, where did you end up working?
So I started immediately at Test Information Technology as the vice president. And then into this year, Test Information Technology merged with True North Safety Group. So I'm a director of transportation engineering at True North Safety Group right now.
And how does your role at True North Safety Group and at TES, how did that differ from your role at SEMA?
By and large, the same. I have more responsibility in leadership right now, and also I'm more working on technology-related matters. Mostly, we have a software product that municipality use for traffic engineering and road safety analysis and data management. So that's the difference between my role at TES and TNS compared to SEMA. Thank
you. And I understand you completed your schooling in engineering. Where did you graduate from? So
I did my undergrad and my master's at Sharif University of Technology and PhD at the University of Waterloo.
I understand that you're also a licensed professional engineer?
That's correct.
And,
in Ontario.
In Ontario. Are you licensed in any other jurisdictions?
No.
Okay. And so before we get into your involvement with projects on the Link and the Red Hill Valley Parkway, I'm hoping you can help us understand the group you worked in at SEMA and the type of engineering you do. So what group were you in at SEMA?
In traffic and road safety here in Ontario. And I had, so at the end, I had several people reporting to me, and depending on, mostly my expertise or my role is to analyze data and provide recommendations for the design or to municipalities by and large to improve their traffic and safety.
And I understand, so you were in the road safety traffic engineering group, and that differs slightly from road design engineering. And could you help us understand the difference?
Yeah, there's a big difference. I don't know how to design. I don't design. My role is to look at the traffic data and consider the geometry and traffic conditions and environmental conditions, and overall identify any issues that might exist with the road. And then as part of our recommendation would be to others to look at the design, change the design perhaps if necessary, or consider our recommendation in their design.
And can you explain just briefly the difference in approaches between an engineer specializing in road design and an engineer specializing in road safety and traffic engineering?
Road designers, they're given some parameters. For example, the design speed, the curve curvature of the road. They look at the environment and expected traffic volume. And based on those, they use in Canada, Geometric Design Guide for Canada. And also in Ontario, there are some manuals in Ontario that they utilize to identify the slope of the road and the roadside, the number of lanes, and how the configuration of the cross section is, and the curvatures and all of that. So traffic engineers and planners provide some of those initial inputs to the design, and then the designers will take it from there.
And I understand as part of a road safety engineer's job, they would be involved in road safety audits. Were you aware of any traffic or road safety audits on the RHVP prior to its opening?
No, I don't know.
So now I'm going to get into your involvement with the RHVP. Registrar, if you could call up CIM 366. And so this is an email that you sent on April 24th, 2013 to your colleagues at SEMA with the subject line, Red Hill Valley Parkway internal kickoff. And you write, here are my notes from our internal kickoff, which was held on Wednesday, April 24th. Do you remember writing this email?
I saw it as part of my preparation for this.
Fair. It was a couple of years ago, I understand. Do you recall attending the meeting?
I don't, but I have attended based on this note.
Okay. So you understand from the email that you have attended.
Exactly.
And I guess in that same vein, looking at the email and your own recollection, do you remember what the meeting was about and what project it pertained to?
Yeah, so basically, because we were going to meet with the client to have the kickoff meeting, we wanted to be prepared for that meeting and come up with our questions for the client to have a productive kickoff meeting. I think that's the purpose. Sometimes we did that if the project is larger in a scope.
And in the email you wrote that Hamilton had a concern, or the client has a concern, that the highway has not been built according to MTO standards, but the public are considering it similar to the 400 series highway. Do you remember, do you recall the city expressing this concern?
At that time, we hadn't met with the city. Basically, that's something that we heard in the office, that's why this assignment is being initiated.
And when you say heard in the office, who would that information have come from?
I don't remember.
Okay, but presumably one of your colleagues who maybe had contacts with the city?
That's right.
And so do you have any understanding of what that the meaning of the client has a concern that the highway is not being built according to MTO standards?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Do you recall what was meant by the client has a concern that the highway has not been built according to MTO standards?
Yeah, I think one of the differences that the Link and the Red Hill they had at the time, the posted speed is 90, but most of the 400 series highways, they're 100 kilometer an hour posted speed limit. And it was the concern that when people are getting on the Link from the QEW, from on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, from the QEW 403, they don't know that this road is really different, and then they're driving at the same speed.
Okay. So that would be kind of the MTO standard that it hadn't been built according to. Is your understanding?
Exactly. That's one of the differences between specifically. My knowledge is more on the Link rather than Red Hill. But for the link, we have different types of medians. The spacing of interchanges are different than MTO highways. And the roadside is different. That's what I think we all know about. That is different from MTO highways.
And so this initial email, it later turns into the 2013 RHVP safety review. And registrar, if you could call up CIM 9115.0001. And so these are meeting minutes from April 26, 2013, and this is when you have the kickoff with the city. And again, you're listed as an attendee on this email. And then after that, we don't have documents which suggest your involvement, including the final report. What do you remember of your involvement after this point in the project?
Yeah, so we had this kickoff meeting, and I recall the kickoff, and the city staff came for the kickoff to our offices, and then Dr. Maslia was just hired by the firm. So what happened was that he took over as the project manager for this study, and then I changed my focus to other projects.
Okay, so you remember that Dr. Maslia you transitioned over to him and you were on other projects up to this point?
Exactly.
And so registrar, if you could call up HAM 41871. And so this is the final Red Hill Valley Parkway Safety Review. Did you receive a copy of this report?
As part of the inquiry?
No, sorry, in your role at SEMA before the inquiry.
I didn't have involvement, so I don't think I did not review or worked on it.
Okay, so you typically wouldn't receive reports for projects you weren't involved in?
Yeah, so the workflow is that there are people that there's a project manager, there's a project director, and also there are technical staff who work on the projects. The technical staff draft a report, and the project manager reviewed, and then the project director would verify. And this really depends on the scope of the project. This is generally the case for the larger projects. For the smaller projects, usually a technical team or a person and a project manager would be sufficient.
Okay, and we'll get into that, I think, with your involvement with the 2015 SEMA Link report, because it sounds like you did a role similar to that. But would you have received a copy of this report if you were working on other projects for the Red Hill Valley Parkway? In your role at SEMA, would you ever go through past reports on the same roadway in preparing for another project on the roadway?
We might.
Okay.
To see what happened in the past.
Right. Okay. So now I'm going to go to the 2015 SEMA Link report.
Sorry, just to answer your question, when you're saying received, there was no transmission. We have a file management system. The previous projects are all available to everybody.
Okay. Yeah. So it might be something you could consult, but you wouldn't have received it in an email or something. Okay. So jumping forward in time to the 2015 SEMA Link report, and registrar, if you could call up HAM 701. So this is the final version of the report, the Lincoln Alexander Parkway Median Safeway Study. What was your role on this report? I think you I think you briefly kind of described it in relation to other reports, but if you could just describe it here.
Yeah, I believe I was the project manager for this report.
If we go to image 2, I think it lists you as a preparer, or sorry, image 3, a reviewer.
So Mr. Hawash and Mr. Thokral reported to me. We worked on this project together. I was the project manager, and I reviewed, and then Brian, as the project director, verified the report.
And would you have been involved in the drafting of the report?
As part of my reviews, because each report could go through multiple versions to be reviewed thoroughly. I put comments, the team would address. I might write a few sentences in the report, of course.
And then, so after you reviewed, would anybody else review it after you?
Mr. Malone has done it based on this.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you would review first, and then Mr. Malone would be the final reviewer?
That's right.
So my understanding is that while you were working on this link report, the city requested that SEMA also prepare a similar report for the RHVP. And Registrar, if you could call up HAM 56684. So this is the Red Hill Valley Parkway Detailed Safety Analysis November 2015 report. What was your level of involvement with this report?
I don't recall I had any involvement with this.
So you actually weren't listed as a preparer or reviewer on this report, but we do see that you're copied on a number of emails, including if you can call up CIM 10192. And so this is an email from one of your colleagues, Mr. Malone, and you're copied on this email. And it's, I'll give you a moment to look it over, but he's describing, I guess, the origin of the project, and you're copied on this email.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's not unusual, because when a request comes, we don't know who's gonna do the project at a time. So Mr. Malone distributed to those who have expertise and said, heads up, this is coming.
And then after this point, do you remember being involved in the report in any way?
No, based on for the preparation for this meeting, I looked at the communications. My staff worked on the project, but from time to time, I was copied on the emails for the purpose of knowing, for their timesheet purposes, by and large, that your guys working on this project, so you're looking at the timesheet, know where the time is going.
Okay. And so were you involved in any of the discussions between the city and SEMA about the drafts of the 2015 RHVP report?
No.
And then Registrar, if you can call up CIM 9287, please. So these are meeting minutes from October 20th, 2015 for the RHVP Safety Review Link Safety Review. And you're listed as one of the people who got a distribution of the report. It doesn't appear that you're present. And can you explain why you would have received a copy of these minutes?
Yeah, I think because my staff were involved, or it was probably, I believe there is a linkage to the link report that I was involved in. That's why my name is there.
And then finally, if we could, Registrar, if you could call up OD7, image 41. Thank you. And so if we're looking, if you could call out paragraphs 124 and 125, please. And so this is, it's referring to an email where you're emailing Mr. Ferguson at the city, and you're attaching a document which summarizes the city's comments and SEMA's responses for both the link and the RHVP safety reviews. And I understand from your evidence that you were working on the 2015 SEMA link report and only involved in the RHVP report for staffing considerations. Why were you tasked with emailing Mr. Ferguson for both reports?
I don't know,
Okay.
because yeah, I don't recall why, but just
Would
to
you,
reduce the communications, I don't know.
would you have been involved in any of the language on the responses to the 2015 SEMA RHVP report?
I don't believe, because I wasn't involved in the project, so I wouldn't review the comments.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it might have just been easier to send one email with them.
That's what I can come up with. I don't know.
And so you worked with many clients in your position at SEMA and then later at TES and True North. How did you find the city compared to your other clients?
Hamilton?
Yeah.
It's very similar to others. There's no difference. It's a larger city, more staff. That's all.
And so then the reports were the 2015 SEMA link report and the RHVP reports were presented to the Public Works Committee on December 7th, 2015. Do you recall attending that meeting?
No, I did not attend.
Okay, so you recall not attending?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could, Registrar, if you could please call up CIM 9999. And so this is an email you were copied on from Mr. Malone, and he's forwarding the Registrar, if you could please call up image 2 and put it side by side with image 1. And so if you look at the bottom of your right screen, you'll see a January 24th, 2014 email from Ludimir Zurowski to Gary Moore, and it has the 2013 friction numbers. And I understand the 2007 numbers are also in there as well. Do you recall receiving this email?
I see that at the end I'm copy on it, but I wasn't involved in the project, and that's why I don't recall it. And even if I did, I wouldn't understand any friction number, to be honest. I have no idea what they mean.
Okay, so I take it you don't have any expertise in any friction?
No.
Do you know why this email would be sent to you?
Because it's same, I think what I explained before, because of the involvement of some of my staff in the project, that's why I was copied on it.
Okay, but this isn't a staffing consideration thing. This is more of a knowledge friction piece, and you would sometimes receive emails like this?
Yeah. I was not involved in any conversation related to this.
Okay. And so to the extent that you reviewed this, what did you understand this email to mean when Mr. Malone says, it does not help very much since it appears that the city abdicates responsibility for assessing friction on the pavement surface to the MTO for some reason. We'll need to decide how to deal with this in the report. What report did you understand him to be referring to?
Based on what I see, probably it's the Red Hill report, right? I don't know. I think we should ask Mr. Malone, but this is, I'm assuming, is related to the Red Hill report. It refers to Red Hill.
The timing, that would make sense. And so did you have any follow-up discussions about this email?
I don't recall any follow-up.
And would you have registered these friction numbers after reading the email, or registered any reaction to them?
Yeah, but I'm not a pavement engineer.
Okay.
So basically, what I can say is whenever we see in the collision statistics, a large proportion of collisions during wet condition, non-dry condition, oftentimes we suggest that a pavement review or friction test is required, and also review of the pavement. But what satisfactory friction tests say, that's not part of my expertise.
Fair enough. And so after the 2015 SEMA link and RHVP reports go to City Council, there was some controversy surrounding the speed data, in particular of the statistic that over 500 vehicles were traveling in excess of 140 kilometers per hour on the link and the RHVP. Do you recall this controversy?
So yes, I do, because I remember Mr. Malone called us up that the city has problem with our data. Go back and look at the data and see if we made any mistake or no, that is accurate. That I totally recall. And then I believe our guys went back, looked at their analysis, and concluded that they are correct.
And what would your involvement be in resolving the controversy?
I don't believe that I had any involvement. It was just, remember, whenever the client asked, did you do this calculation correctly, it registers with me, because we tried to do everything very meticulously, and that kind of error is not good. So that's why I remember it.
Sure. And did you look into the data at all to determine whether or not your analysis or the data was flawed?
I don't think it was my analysis. So they were my staff, and they looked at it. Yeah.
Okay. And so they looked at it, and did you review their analysis, or?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you think that's something
Because
you would have done?
I wasn't involved in the project. Pardon me?
Do you think that's something you would have done? Reviewed their analysis after this was brought to your attention?
I think we had qualified people on the team to review their work and see if there was any problem.
Okay. And do you remember who collected the data?
I don't know. We didn't collect the data. The data was provided to us by the city.
Okay. And if I said to you that Pyramid collected the data, would that accord with your recollection?
Yeah, I'm not surprised, because they do a lot of data collection in Niagara region and Hamilton. So that's.
And so now I'm going to take you into the speed limit reduction study, which you were involved in prior to your departure at SEMA. And just to situate you, the speed limit reduction study, it appears to have first been discussed in October 2017. Registrar, if you could call up CIM 16041, image 5. Could we go to image 4? Yeah, perfect. So if you look at that email, that's the email from October 24th, 2017, and it's from Brian to, or from Stephen Cooper at the city to Brian Malone. And from these emails, if you go up, or if you look even at the top email, it looks like you were copied on the initial involvement in the proposal.
Yes.
And then on, if you go up, Registrar, if you go up one image, or sorry, maybe down. Could we have images 1 and 2, please? Okay. So if you look at image 1, it's in the top email, December 7th, 2017. It's Mr. Cooper emailing one of your colleagues, Mr. Barnett, and I believe you're also on the email. And it's the city informing you, it appears to be the city informing you that they can't provide any speed data for the RHVP or the link. And then on Registrar, if you could please call up HAM 46497 and image 5. Image 6, please. Okay, so on December, if you could actually remove the call up, thanks. So on December 14, 2017, you emailed Mr. Cooper a proposal for the speed study and the ITS strategic plan. Do you remember being involved in the proposal?
Yes, I think I reviewed the proposals.
Okay. And so if we go to HAM 46497. So this was the proposal, which was just on our screen a minute ago. It's the March 2018 proposal, and you're listed as the signatory on this. So can you describe what the purpose of this project was?
Yeah, so in late 2017, early 2018, after those safety reviews were done for both the link and the Red Hill, the city wanted to implement some of the countermeasures proposed as part of those, on top of other things that they want to implement to improve safety on both of these highways. So one was the review of speed, because there was a clear, particularly on the Red Hill, speeding problem where I was identified. And also the link had other issues of a lot of rear ends because of the speed differentials between the traveled lanes. That's why they wanted to review a speed and see what would be the appropriate, if any, speed limit changes for these highways. So that was the speed component. Also, I believe an illumination study was started, and then they wanted to implement QN warning systems on the link and the Red Hill. Our position, I think, in conversation with Mr. Barnett, who is a very experienced person in ITS, he said, look, a lot of things are happening without any strategy. So that's to improve efficiency, making sure that we consider all of the initiatives that are happening at the same time. we need ITS, a strategic plan for these highways. If we are bringing power for one purpose, we got to make sure that other initiatives are considered, so we do not. Otherwise, it will increase the cost of implementation of all of these countermeasures for the city. So once you have a study that looks at all of the initiatives that are going to take place and implemented on these highways, it would be more efficient. That's why the ITS strategic plan was drafted, the proposal. So to consider all of the sensors that the city is being deployed, any queue and warning systems, any powerful lighting or anything of that nature, any fiber optic cables are brought to the highways for the sensors. They're all considered, and we do it. They do it properly once for all.
And I understand that this specific project it was part of a broader plan, it sounds like. But with respect to this specific project, there were two phases, and one of them was the ITS strategic plan, which was phase one, and the second was the speed study, which was phase two. What was your involvement in the ITS strategic plan?
So I was the project director. So I was responsible as the corporate responsible for the project.
Okay, so I take that to mean that you were involved in both the ITS strategic plan and the speed study?
Yes, as the project director.
As the project director. And so as the project director, were you involved in the decision to retain Pyramid to undertake the data collection?
No, but that's usually in this area. Pyramid is our first choice to go for most projects, not for City of Hamilton, for any project in Niagara or in Halton region. They're local. That's why usually their prices are better than the others. That's why that usually our first referral, we go to them and ask for a quotation.
So you didn't have any concerns using Pyramid for this project?
No.
And then as the project director, were you involved in selecting the locations for speed data collection? So Registrar, if you could pull up images 5 and 6 and put them side by side, please. And so if you look at page 6, you'll see it looks like there's 6 locations which are identified on the map, and then there's the justification for why those locations were identified. Were you involved in selecting any of these locations?
I don't recall, but I might have been, right? I don't recall.
And what kind of considerations would you take into account when selecting these locations? I think if you look at the justifications, you can see some of that, but if you could explain that.
Yeah, so we don't want to be in the interchange influence area because there are lots of weaving. Speed is not the speed of the highway. So that's a correct decision. We want a long enough stretch of highway that represents a typical speed of the highway, not influenced by other geometric constraints like the interchange. And the other one that I see is the high frequency collision. So that's reasonable too, because we want to know what's happening in that area with respect to speed. Especially we knew that Red Hill had speed related crashes. That's why that location is selected as well. So they make sense to me.
And when you say we know that Red Hill had speed-related crashes, how did you come to know that?
Well, based on the analysis in the previous reports, the collision analysis is clear that there were speed-related crashes and with crashes that happen during wet condition.
And we'll touch on that a bit later when we come to your collision memo. But just to kind of round this out, I understand that you left SEMA in July of 2018. What do you remember at what point you left the project? What stage it was in?
I really don't recall, but it was not far advanced, neither of the phases. So there were preliminary stages when I left, I believe.
I think we go to, might assist your memory. Images 10 and 11. If you could call up images 10 and 11, please. And so these are the schedules, assuming a start date of March 20th, 2018. I understand that the project was authorized on March 29th, 2018. So it would have been a little bit behind schedule or behind these timelines. Based on these schedules and your recollection, do you have a better sense of at what point the project would have been at when you left?
Yeah, so for phase one, it was not moving because we were not getting the information from city staff. I believe I was part of that stakeholder workshop. That I think that was the end of my involvement.
Okay. That's
phase one. Yeah. Phase two, I have no recollection.
Okay. And so now we're gonna get into some of those collision statistics you talked about. Registrar, if you could call up HAM 1095, please. So this is the January 2018 memo, the Lincoln Alexander Parkway, Red Hill Valley Parkway collision rates. And how did this memo come about?
So based on what I reviewed in the document provided by the inquiry, it was early January in 2018, and Mr. Ferguson asked us some questions. It appears that the city commissioner, if I'm not mistaken, is going to make a presentation, ask some questions about how the Link and the Red Hill compared to similar highways in Ontario. So he asked a question, he said that it's a sort of urgent task because they need the information for the presentation. And that's what we did, I think, as within the time frame, I tried to answer those questions.
So you were comparing the, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'll let you.
Not at all, please.
So you were comparing the collision rates on the Link and the RHVP to other comparator highways or similar roadways?
That's right.
And where did you get the data from which you were analyzing in the memo?
So the data for the Red Hill and the Link were those that we had used in the past in the previous studies, and the data for the MTO were from the MTO Ontario Road Safety Annual Reports and the MTO Safety Analyst software.
And so that wasn't data you collected yourself?
Oh, no.
It would have been provided to you either by the city or through a consultant?
the city, no consultant.
And who, so you're listed as the author. Did you perform the data analysis in the memo?
I reviewed it. The work was done by Mr. Botasini.
And if we go to image 2, Registrar, if you could please call out the bottom 2 paragraphs. So these appear to be your conclusions, which show that the average weighted collision rates on the link and the RHVP are lower in comparison with Highway 406, Highway 7 and 8, and Highway 8. Does that accord with your recollection?
Yep, that's what I can see here. Yes.
And
did that surprise you?
So you can see in my communications with Mr. Ferguson, I thought really hard on these numbers, even after we submitted the report, because there was in the data we observed some proportions that were high. Although this was the conclusion of this report, but the fatal and injury collision proportions were very high.
So yeah, I think we'll get to that. Registrar, if you could please call up HAM 46235. And if you could call up image 1 and 2. And so if you look at image 2, it looks like you submit the memo to Dave Ferguson. It's the bottom email on January 12th, 2018. And then if you look at image 1 on January, so that's, I took a look at the dates and that's a Friday. And then on January 14th, 2018, it's a Sunday, and you send an email to Mr. Ferguson saying, I was thinking about your questions today and thought it would be useful for you to know the proportion of fatal and injury collisions, in brackets, severe collisions, and total number of collisions for link/RHVP and the comparison highways. So I just did the analysis and results can be interesting for your tomorrow's meeting. And then you include a table with those results. So what prompted you to do this extra analysis on the weekend?
Well, working weekend is part of my life, so it's not unusual. So when I see it, I'm proud that we did that, because that was not a question they asked.
Okay.
And it was on my mind that what is different about these two highways compared to others. So I did, I don't recall if Giovanni did the analysis or I did the analysis, looked at the proportion of fatal and injury collisions compared to the total that we had. And we saw this observation. So we wanted to tell him, look, there is another story. You didn't ask the question, but this is what we have seen. Maybe it is useful to communicate, useful for you to know. So
you didn't have any prior discussions with Mr. Ferguson about undertaking this extra analysis? It was kind of self-initiated?
Yeah, but sort of commitment to the projects.
Right. And so just help me understand, had this analysis been done when you were undertaking the project, or did something prompt you to do this further analysis and share it with Mr. Ferguson?
No, basically, if I recall, I thought about so they asked some questions. What is missing from those questions? And because you might have a highway with a lot of fender bender type collisions. That's one thing, but you have a highway with a lot of fatal and injury collisions. That's another story. So that question was missing from the client. That's to have a better understanding of what's happening on the highway. That's why I think we did this.
Okay, so it wasn't, you didn't have any inclination which way the stats were going to turn out. You just thought generally this is a missing question, which is useful in evaluating roadways. What's the severity of these collisions? They haven't asked that question. We should undertake that analysis. Is that what I understand?
Well, absolutely. We never have any inclination of where the stats should go. That we have the data, we analyze the data, and we tell the story as it is. There's no bias here whatsoever.
Oh, no, sorry. I didn't mean to suggest bias, but I think sometimes, based on our understandings of certain things, we might have ideas about if something is missing from the data. And so then, Registrar, if you could please call up Hamilton 1105. So this is just you and Mr. Ferguson engaging in a back and forth. And Registrar, if you could please call up image 2 as well. And then Registrar, if you could, if you look at the bottom of image 2, Mr. Ferguson's February 1st, 2018 email, and it says, my comment based on what I recall from the report was that there is evidence of speeding on both. So this is, sorry, to situate you, this is after you've submitted the extra analysis you've done, and this is Mr. Ferguson's response. And so he says, my comment based on what I recall from the reports was that there is evidence of speeding on both facilities, linked dry conditions, or HVP wet conditions. Police have reported that 95% of the violations they issue on these facilities is related to speeding. I also suggest that the Highway 7 and 8 facilities might have longer hours of heavy volume and therefore motorists aren't able to speed as often. Highway 406, I suspect, is lower simply because the vehicle speeds are simply lower, because you simply can't really speed through the section in St. Kitts just because of roadway geometrics. And so Mr. Ferguson seems to be suggesting to you that speeding might be a cause of the higher proportion of fatal and injury collisions on the link and RHVP compared to the other comparator roadways. And what was your response to this suggestion?
Yeah, we didn't have data to support, to suggest whether there is a speeding in others or in other highways or not. So we didn't have data, so we didn't comment on that. But speed is always, when you have a high proportion of fatal and injury crashes, speed is a factor. We got to look at the speed because it's just physics. The energy is equal to the square, proportionally related to speed. So the speed is higher, the energy is higher, and the result would be more catastrophic. So that's understandable. It's physics. And that's why I think what I'm saying is that the speed could be a major cause of injury and fatality.
Right, and I think that's, as you said, what you're saying in your response above. And then you also make the comment, another question is whether the comparison highways have a more forgiving environment. Mm-hmm. Did you come to any kind of conclusions on why some roads might be more forgiving than others?
Yeah, I think we spoke about this a little bit at the beginning of this meeting, that MTO highways have a higher standard. that is known compared to the link in particular. That's why the higher standard generally mean a more forgiving environment. It's designed for higher speed.
And then if we look at image 1, Mr. Ferguson is again appears to be questioning the stats, and he says, "Are you comfortable with the numbers?" And Gary, and then he mentions that Gary Moore went off in the meeting. Had you met Gary Moore at this point?
No, never.
Okay. So did you have any dealings with him?
Never.
So then I'm going to take you to HAM 28108. And so this is an update of your collision memo in January of 2019. And I understand at this point you were no longer at SEMA, so it's authored by Mr. Malone. Just to confirm, you had no involvement in this memo?
Correct. I had no involvement.
Registrar, can we please call up images 4 and 5? And so if we look at the bottom, so in 2019, they update this memo and they say, we note that the collision rates reported in the 2018 memo were considerably lower. Our understanding is that the data provided for the previous analysis did not include self-reported collisions, while the data provided for the current analysis includes these collisions. And then they go on to conclude that if they remove self-reported collisions, the collision rates are consistent between the two memos. So were you aware before this inquiry that the data you were provided for the 2018 collision memo excluded self-reported collisions?
No. When I saw this memo, I realized that.
Okay. And you wouldn't have seen this memo before the inquiry?
No.
Okay. And would knowing that self-reported collisions were excluded from the data you analyzed have impacted the number of severe collisions you observed on the RHVP?
No, it wouldn't change the severe collisions because the self-reported collisions are often fender bender property damage only collisions. The any injury collisions, the police needs to attend the scene of the crash. That's why they're reported by the police. So fatal injury collisions are not under.
I perhaps misspoke. Would it have impacted the rate of or the percentage of severe collisions? Like in the analysis you did for Mr. Ferguson, where it was reported, I think it was 50%.
That's right. It would affect that one. Yes.
So now moving on, after you left SEMA, you went to work at TES.
That's right.
And Registrar, if you could please call up OD 9, images 78 and 79. And if we look at paragraphs 193 and 193, we see on September 27, 2018, it's not an email you're copied on, but it's about you. And Mr. Ferguson is writing to his colleagues, Rod Aitchison, saying that he talked to you that morning and you agreed to assist the city in running the collision data for the RHVP link ramps through the TES safety module and the collision countermeasure program. And then Registrar, if you could go to image 80, please. And if we look at paragraph 196, it indicates that Mr. Aitchison has, or Jeff, he's reporting that Jeff has provided the tenured database to you. And then Registrar, if you could please call up HAM 11374. And so that's an email from you on October 11th, 2018. And you're emailing Mr. Ferguson stating that you've reviewed the subject ramps and he can download a summary of your observations and recommendations from the following location. And there's a link to SharePoint. Unfortunately, that link no longer works. So we weren't able to identify what document that linked to. But if we pull up HAM 35505, would this be the document referred to in the link?
Exactly.
So can you describe this project?
Yeah, it wasn't, the project or the request was to look at some of the ramps. So let me go back a little bit here. In 2017, the city acquired the test software for managing their data, particularly the collision data. So before I go to test, now I went from SEMA to test, and still we were in the process of configuring the software fully. The collision data were there, and they were in a much better shape than the previous system they had. It's a more modern environment. And he wanted to see some of the capabilities of the software, how the software can assist them in their day-to-day activity. So that was the purpose of this study, to look at the capabilities of the application and show them how they can do their work more efficiently and more accurately using the test software.
And so looking specifically at this project, it looks like you're analyzing the RHVP ramps for collisions. Do you remember what time period you were looking at?
I think that all the collisions that we had in the software. So this was done in 2018. So I believe it was 2017, and oftentimes we look at 5 years of collisions.
So if I said 2013 to 2017, would that sound about right?
Yeah, it makes sense.
And if we're just looking at the one which is up on the screen, is that the number 6418? Are those the number of collisions, or is that a rate?
Those are collisions. These are frequency.
Okay. So if we go to HAM 11374. And so that confirms that the analysis period was 2013 to 2017. And then you also write a few points. And one of the points you write is, please note that the wet condition and SMV collisions are the predominant patterns. I hope the resurfacing will address most issues. Why did you think that resurfacing would address these issues?
At that time, it was known that the city is going to resurface the highways. So that was a fact. It was in the media, I believe, and also both of these issues, so they're related. If the pavement surface would not provide enough friction, then the condition is wet, vehicles are going to go off the road, so it's a single motor vehicle collision. So they are both sort of related to pavement.
So the wet condition and single motor vehicle collisions would suggest to you a friction issue. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And then I think we talked about this a bit earlier when you gave the overview of the project and how you came to be involved. But if you could, Registrar, if you could please call up HAM 60652. And if you could call up image 1 and 2, please. And so these are your emails with Mr. Ferguson in February of 2019. And in here, you're talking about the TES collision module and the TES safety module. Is that the module you discussed earlier?
That's right.
And then, Registrar, if you could please call up HAM 26850.
Sorry, Council, do you mind just repeating the doc ID for me?
Yeah, 28650.
Thank you.
And could you call up images 1 and 2? And so these are, again, some emails between you and Mr. Ferguson in February of 2019, and he's asking how the training went. So did you provide training on the module to city staff?
Yes. So it was the time when the software was ready, and we needed to do training on the software for staff. And our training generally constitute a little bit of the theory behind how the software works, and then how to do the actual analysis with the software.
Thank you, Commissioner. Those are subject to any questions from you. Those are my questions.
Okay, I have no questions.
And as a matter of housekeeping, I need to mark 2 exhibits. Can we mark HAM 35505? Exhibit 151.
Noted, Council, thank you.
And HAM 60652 as exhibit 152.
Noted, thank you.
And HAM 28650 as exhibit 153.
HAM 28650?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Noted.
All right, thank you.
Just want to make sure I get the first one. What was the number?
HAM 35505.
3505, okay. And that's exhibit 151?
Yep.
Okay. And then I should ask, going around participants' council, whether any council have questions. I'll start with Ms. Roberts for Golder.
Thank you. I have no questions.
Okay, Ms. McIver for the ministry.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. We also have no questions.
Okay, and who's here for the city? Ms. Contractor for the city.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I just have a handful of questions.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Izatbana, am I saying your name correctly?
Yes.
Thank you. So you provided us with a helpful distinction between road design engineers and traffic engineers. And as I understand it, as a traffic engineer, your role is to look at traffic data, consider the geometry and traffic conditions and environmental conditions, and identify any issues that might exist with the road. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you also told us earlier today that you don't have any expertise in interpreting friction testing results. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So fair to say that then friction measurement, evaluation, and performance was not part of the standard work that you did as a traffic safety engineer.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. Fair to say then that friction measurement and evaluation was not part of the standard work that you did as a traffic safety engineer.
So if we identify any trend in the data that suggests there is any issue related to friction, we may ask for a friction. We may suggest the client to do a friction test to see, to make sure that the friction is acceptable or not. But we don't deal with that. Yes.
Right. So you don't have the experience or expertise in evaluating the friction data. Is that right?
So to look at the friction numbers, but can you qualify what evaluation mean here?
Okay. To interpret friction testing results.
Yes, I don't have that expertise.
Okay. And am I correct that when assessing collision rates, the general practice is to use police reported collisions and not just self-reported collisions? Is that right?
No, that's not.
That's not correct.
So it depends on what type of collision rate we are calculating. Collision rate can be calculated for different types of collisions. It could be, we might calculate a collision rate for total collisions, for fatal and injury collisions, for angle collisions at the intersections, depending on what we are trying to calculate.
Understood. Is it fair to say that self-reported collisions are not as reliable as police report collisions?
That is a correct statement, yes.
Okay. And so therefore the police reported collisions are generally more accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Registrar, could we please go to HAM 1095 on images 4 and 5? So we looked at this, Mr. Izipana. It's the 2018 collision memo that you worked on and reviewed. And if we could please, Mr. Registrar, call out section 5, which is on both pages. I'm not concerned about the table, but just the writing at the end there. Okay. This section, sir, looks at the collision rate information provided in the Ontario Road Safety Annual Reports between 2009 and 2013, which it states falls between 1.39 and 1.72. And I can take you to it if you'd like earlier in the memo, but generally that's higher than the collision rates that are stated for the Red Hill and Link in this memo. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. But the memo also includes a disclaimer here about using the ORSAR data as a comparison for the Red Hill, right? It states, however, these rates are calculated for all roads within the province, including 2-lane rural highways, urban arterial and collector roads, including collisions at intersections. Therefore, it is not advised to use these collision rates to compare with those of a specific facilities. The ORSARs do not report on the collision rates for different classifications of the road in the province. Mr. Izipana, are you familiar with the Ontario Road Safety Annual Reports?
Yes.
Okay. And so as I understand it, essentially these reports provide collision information for all collisions that take place in Ontario. Is that right?
That's right. For provincial highways, for municipal roads, regional roads, everywhere.
Right. So what this disclaimer tells us is that you cannot look at the general collision data that's provided in these Ontario reports as a comparator to the Red Hill, because the general data is based on all different kinds of roads, as you said, and not the specific facilities that are comparable to the Red Hill. Do I have that right?
Yeah, and the reason we included this section, it was a request by the client. They wanted to see if there is any threshold beyond which we would consider a highway not, I put it in air quotation, not safe, or it's basically a threshold that it should flag the highway. If the collision rate is beyond this, then we have a problem. We wanted to say basically to answer that question from the client that these numbers are not, we can't rely on these numbers to compare one highway with the entire province.
Right, and because that would be comparing kind of apples to oranges.
Correct.
Right. You want to compare to a facility that has similar characteristics.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Zapana. Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Okay. I think that completes Mr. Zapana's examination. Would that be correct, Ms. Rainsford?
Yes, I have no further questions. And I propose now might be a good time to take our morning break early, so we can do a switch over of witnesses.
Okay. So Mr. Zapana, thank you very much for attending. You're excused. And we'll take a short break. How long do you think we need? We've now run to the time when the next witness was going to be available, I think. Is that correct?
Yeah, a 10-minute break, I think, should be sufficient.
Well, why don't we take this as our morning break?
Yeah.
And then we'll return at 11 o'clock.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, Commissioner. May I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Hello, Mr. Petzold. Before I begin to ask you some questions, I'm just going to ask the court reporter to affirm your evidence.
Good morning, sir. I'm just going to ask you to affirm your evidence, so please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Mr. Petzold, I'd like to ask you some questions first about your professional background.
Sure.
You worked at SEMA's Edmonton office beginning in 2016, is that correct?
Yes.
And are you currently with SEMA?
No.
And when did you depart SEMA?
My last day with SEMA was September 2nd of this year.
Of this year, okay. And while you were at SEMA, so your most recently held role, what was your role?
I was a senior project manager in the transportation division.
Okay, and when did you start that role?
I was hired on as a project manager.
Okay, and just to confirm, so did you keep the same role from 2016 when you joined SEMA until you departed, or was there a change in your role?
There wasn't a material change. I was hired on as a airport project manager, but then transitioned into managing road construction projects in 2019.
Okay, so is it right to understand it was a similar role, but broader in terms of the industries?
Yep.
And while at SEMA, did you always work at the Edmonton office, or did you work at other SEMA offices?
No, I was always at the Edmonton office.
Okay. And after departing SEMA, so relatively recently, what role do you currently hold?
I'm a director of aviation with SEMA, with SNC-Lavalin.
And prior to when you joined SEMA in 2016, what prior professional roles did you hold?
I was project manager for various companies. I had started with Associated Engineering in 2006 as a EIT and eventually grew into a project manager. Following that, sorry, I don't remember the exact dates, but approximately 5 or 6 years later, I left Associated and went to work for another engineering company. I'd worked for Golder for a little bit, for a year or so as a project manager. I had worked for Morrison Hershfield for a short period of time as a project manager. I had worked for SNC-Lavalin as a project manager for 2 years in their airports group. Then I worked at Tetra Tech for 2 years as a project manager in their airports group, and then I came to SEMA.
And in those roles, were they always based out of Alberta?
Yes. I'd always lived in Alberta. Associate engineering. I started in British Columbia and moved to Alberta while employed with Associated.
Okay, and did you ever have any experience working with any offices in Ontario?
Not that I can remember, no.
Thank you. And can you please tell me about your educational background?
Sure. So I'm a civil engineer. I graduated from University of Alberta in 2006. I started a master's program in MSc shortly after that. I paused that due to work commitments. I was just too busy to continue. I restarted the master's again. I believe it was in 2018 or 17, something like that. Got all the way through, and again, due to work commitments, I'd started a fairly substantial project in 2019, so I had to pause the master's again. and I'm currently pursuing trying to finish the master's at the University of Alberta.
Okay. And was there any particular specialization in your studies? I know you said civil engineering, but was there any?
Yeah, it was in pavement construction, asphalt rehabilitation.
And as part of your educational background or your professional experience, do you have any expertise relating to friction testing or the analysis of friction testing results?
I wouldn't say I have expertise. I have working knowledge, but I wouldn't call myself an expert.
Okay, and if you could just elaborate on what you mean by working knowledge.
I know that friction testing is carried out. I don't get involved in doing analysis or in interpolating results or in providing commentary on what those results mean and what they turn into.
Okay. Sorry, just so that I understand clearly, you said you're not involved in the actual conducting of friction testing, and you are not involved in the interpretation of those results. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And are you familiar with friction testing standards or equipment or methodology? Is that something you have experience?
I'm again, I know that the equipment exists, but I couldn't speak intelligently about it.
Okay. And if I understand correctly, it doesn't form a principal part of your work. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I understand you're a professional engineer. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Okay. And where are you licensed?
Currently in Alberta and British Columbia.
Okay. So turning back to your role as, I believe, Senior Project Manager Transportation at SEMA. Do I have that right?
Yep.
So the majority of questions that I'll have for you today are related to your time in that role. Broadly, what did that role entail?
I was managing construction projects.
Okay. And was there a particular group you worked in at SEMA?
I was in the transportation group, and I led their construction services group.
Okay, and does that
group based in Edmonton and focusing in Alberta.
And did your role in that group focus specifically on roadways, or did you work in other areas as well?
Primarily roadways, a little bit of bridge construction, but primarily roadways for Alberta Transportation and City of Edmonton.
And if I understand correctly, prior to joining the transportation group, you did some work with in the airport industry. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did that work involve friction or friction testing?
It does, and again, it's a side component of the project, but again, I would never have been directly involved in it.
Okay, so something that you were aware would have been happening, but not that you were directly conducting or involved in?
Correct.
Okay. So prior to September 2018, when you were contacted related to a request for assistance from Brian Malone, which I will come to in a moment, do you recall ever being contacted or conducting any work related to the city of Hamilton and the Red Hill Valley Parkway in particular?
No.
Registrar, if we can go to overview document 9A, images 71 and 72. And Mr. Petzold will be calling up the documents on screen. If the video feeds are obscuring the documents in any way, please let me know and we can adjust.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm looking in particular at paragraph 172. Registrar, if you can just call out 172 at finishes on page 72.
Mhm.
And Mr. Petzold, paragraph 172 excerpts an email from September 4th, 2018 that Mr. Malone sent to a series of colleagues from SEMA. And before getting into the substance of the email, I'd like to ask you some questions more generally about how SEMA's offices work together. So I understand that Mr. Malone and Dr. Hadayegi are from SEMA's Burlington office. Had you previously worked with either?
I believe I met Mr. Malone just as a meet and greet kind of thing, but I've never worked with him, no.
Okay. And had you worked with anyone in the Burlington office prior to this time?
Not that I can remember, no.
Okay. And then the others listed on the email, so Miss Dagenet, Mr. I believe it's Lilac, but please let me know if that's incorrect, and Ms. Udepsky.
Yeah.
Are those individuals that you were familiar with?
I'd never met Chantal. Patrick Lalach was, at the time, he was a senior manager in the transportation group based out of Saskatchewan. And Kelly Izdebski was the vice president based in the Edmonton office.
Okay, so other than Ms. Udepsky, the others did not.
Mr. Izdebski.
Oh, okay. No one else worked in your office?
Out of those people, no.
Okay. And had you worked with them? I believe you said, Ms. Dagenet, that you had not. But
No,
otherwise,
I don't believe I've ever even met Ms. Dagenet.
okay. And is it typical for you to get requests or broadly speaking, not related necessarily to this email in particular? I note that you aren't copied on this email, but is it typical for you to get requests for assistance on projects from other SEMA offices?
It is typical. If they don't have resources internally, they may look to other offices to get support.
So as mentioned, you aren't copied on Mr. Malone's email, but it was forwarded to you later the same day by Mr. Udepsky. So in Mr. Malone's original email, he wrote, "The City of Hamilton is asking us for assistance in interpreting pavement friction testing results they have received. The issue may expand into discussion of pavement design as well. Does SEMA have anyone with expertise in this subject area?" And Registrar, if we can take that call out down and instead call up paragraph 173, please. So in this email, Mr. Lalach identified you as someone that Mr. Malone could also, as someone who could also assist. He wrote, and you can include Jeff Petzold from Edmonton. He has what I think should say pavement background as well. What pavement background is he referring to here?
I have background in pavement structural design, pavement construction, pavement rehabilitation.
Okay, and Registrar, if we can go to paragraph 177. Sorry, I believe that's on the next image 74. Thank you. And you responded to Mr. Malone on September 10th, 2018. Before turning to the content of your email, do you recall when you first reviewed that underlying email from Mr. Malone that we just looked at?
I don't recall the specific date, but it was probably on the same day that I sent the email.
Okay. And Mr. Malone's email was originally sent on the 4th. So there's a bit of a gap between his email and your response. Do you recall if you've had any conversations in that interim period with either Mr. Malone or anyone else at SEMA?
I don't recall, no, sorry.
Okay. And just to confirm, when you say you don't recall, do you not recall either way, or do you recall that there was not any discussions?
I don't recall if there was a discussion or not.
Thank you. And beyond the information that was included in Mr. Malone's email, did you have any other information regarding the request at the time you responded?
Not that I know of.
So I asked you earlier in context of Mr. Lalash's email about your experience in with pavement. So you wrote here, I have experience in pavement design. If you can just elaborate a bit on what that experience was.
Yeah, so in my airports experience and other road experience, I have been involved in doing pavement design, so like structural pavement design, determining thicknesses and whatnot.
And in that experience, did you have any particular experience with SMA or stone mastic asphalt?
No. I've used it on projects, but when used, it's based on city standards that are implemented.
Okay, so you were familiar with it?
I know the material, but I've used it in my 16 or 17 years. I've probably used it on one project.
Okay. And you wrote in the bottom paragraph that you were also familiar with the friction testing you are likely looking at. What testing were you referring to here? What testing did you think he was likely looking at?
Well, I'd worked in the university with one of my supervisors, and I didn't work, but he was working on it. And he uses a grip tester machine, which is I believe it's a pull behind machine that's behind a vehicle, and it's used to test friction characteristics on existing pavements.
Okay, so you had some familiarity with a grip tester?
Some familiarity, but it's pretty much limited to the fact that it exists. I wouldn't be able to speak intelligently about how it works or what it does.
Okay, and do you think that was the type of friction testing that you were referring to in your email?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and is there a particular reason that you thought that might be the type that Mr. Malone was looking at?
I can't recall currently what I was thinking back then, but I would, hazard a guess that it was a common type of equipment that would be used.
Okay, but there wasn't any information you had specifically relating to the request that suggested that? Am I understanding that right?
Not that I can remember having seen.
Okay. And what did you understand Mr. Malone to be looking for at this time?
I don't know what I was thinking at the time. I mean, that was 4 years ago.
Okay, so
I'd have to see what his request was. Yeah.
Okay, so beyond what was in Mr. Malone's original email,
Yep.
that would have been the information you understood, and you don't have any specific recollection of other information. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so registrar, we can take down that call out. So the inquiry has not received a response to your email from Mr. Malone, but I can tell you that Mr. Malone's notebooks include an entry for September 10th, 2018, which is the same day as your email, which lists your name. I'm happy to take you to that to the extent that it's helpful. But do you recall if after you sent your email if you had any subsequent calls or discussions with Mr. Malone?
I imagine I would have. I couldn't tell you what those discussions were, though. I don't remember.
Okay, so you don't have a specific recollection of
No.
one or more calls?
Aside from the fact that it's a very high probability that I had a conversation with him, but I couldn't tell you what the details of that conversation were. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember anything about the calls in general?
No, I mean, they were related to the request, but again, I don't remember, and I'm just, frankly, I'm guessing at this point.
Okay, and I don't mean to be particular, and I understand that you have a limited recollection of your discussions, but do you know if it was one or more calls, or do you not have a sense of that?
Unfortunately, no, I don't know. I don't remember.
Great. Do you recall if he provided you with any data or documents to review? I don't believe we've seen any documents suggesting that, but
yeah, I've been asked that question, and by Mr. Tobin, but I can't remember if I've seen anything. I don't have recollection of seeing anything.
so you don't recall one way or the other?
No.
So from the documents that the inquiry has received, I understand that Mr. Malone had received an email containing a summary of some friction data from the city. And again, I want to be clear that we don't have a record to indicate that you received this, but I'd like to just show you the email to the extent that it might refresh your memory as to whether you've seen it before. Registrar, if we can go to CIM 16163. Does this email seem familiar to you at all?
Sorry, it's just the way you got it. It's a little small on my screen, so forgive me for sticking my face in the screen.
No, it's okay. Registrar, if we can scroll down to the email at the bottom, and whether you've seen.
Yeah, I can't recall.
Okay.
I can't say one way or another that I've seen that or haven't seen that, but it doesn't look familiar.
Okay. We can close that down. Thank you. And I understand from other CIMA witnesses that have testified before this inquiry that CIMA has a central repository or a filing system for emails and documents relating to projects. And that these go ahead.
Sorry, I was just gonna say I believe so, but I couldn't tell you if it does or doesn't.
So these documents, I understand, were filed under a project that we refer to as the RHVP lighting study. That's B920, I believe is the project code. At the time, so in September 2018, would you have had access to documents relating to that project as a CIMA employee?
No.
Okay, and perhaps a bit more generally about CIMA's practices. Typically, would you only have access to projects that you were working on, or is there just a central kind of CIMA-wide?
I would have projects. I would have access to projects on the server that I was a part of, so the Edmonton server.
Okay.
I also, I think, had access to the Calgary server, but I didn't have access to anything outside of those two locations.
Okay, so what I'm trying to understand was whether it was possible for you to have obtained the email without actually having the need to receive it via as an attachment or being forwarded from Mr. Malone. But I understand from what you've said that you wouldn't have independently been able to obtain that document. No. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And Registrar, if we can just call up that document once more, CIM 16163. So I recognize that it's your evidence that you don't recall whether or not you received this email in September 2018, but I'd like to ask you some questions more generally about this email, about your general understanding at the time. So the email was sent, and when I say the email, I mean the January 24th, 2014 email was sent by Dr. Yuzurowski at Golder. I understand from my earlier questions regarding your professional background that you worked previously at Golder. So I am assuming you were familiar with Golder at the time.
Yep.
Okay. And did you have any familiarity with Dr. Yuzurowski in particular?
Yeah, I've worked with him. I worked with him while I was at Golder, and then he has worked in the airport industry, so I'm familiar with him through that as well.
Okay, and just to confirm, you did not have any familiarity with him with projects relating to Hamilton or the Red Hill?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. And the email also includes a reference. I know that it's small, but perhaps Registrar, if you can call out the text under the table. And there's a reference to Tradewind Scientific. Were you familiar with Tradewind at the time?
I know of the company, yes.
And what was your familiarity with Tradewind this time?
They do various friction testing projects for airports across the country. They're usually hired by airport authorities.
Okay. And do you recall if in September 2018, Mr. Malone mentioned the names Tradewind or Golder to you?
It's again, I'm kind of stretching my memory here, but it's possible that he mentioned Golder during conversation, and it's possible that he mentioned Tradewind, but I can't recall specifics.
And to confirm, you don't have a specific recollection of that. You just don't recall either way.
Yeah, but no, I don't. I can't say yes he did or no he didn't, but it's possible.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Okay, Registrar, you can take this call out in the document down. So in a moment, I'll ask you some more specific questions relating to the January-February 2019 period. But staying specifically in September 2018 for the time being, do you recall receiving a copy of the Tradewind report? I'm happy to take you to that document if that's helpful.
I can't recall if I received it. That time I was pretty busy on multiple other projects, so I don't remember, to be honest.
Okay, thank you. And from your discussions in September 2018, did Mr. Malone ask you to prepare a report, a memo, or any work product following your discussion?
I was not asked to prepare any work product, no.
Okay. And did you provide him with any analysis or comments, whether via email or verbally?
I don't know if it was at September 2018 or if it was in 2019, but I know that I provided an email to somebody, and I can't remember who specifically that was saying I don't feel comfortable providing any analysis on this.
Okay, I think I know the emails you're referring to, and I think that those are later in time.
Okay.
But once we get there, I'll ask you to confirm if those are the emails you were referring to.
Yeah.
So again, in September 2018, did you understand there to be any sort of assignment or tasks on your plate resulting from your contact with Mr. Malone?
I don't believe so, no.
And were you expecting any follow-up, or was this off your radar, so to speak?
It was off my radar.
Thank you. So we're going to move forward a bit in time. From the documents we've received, we see that you were next contacted by Mr. Malone regarding the RHVP in late January 2019. Do you recall any contact with Mr. Malone between September 10th, 2018, but prior to January 30th, 2019, other than the discussion that we had spoke about?
Yeah, no, I don't recall any contact.
Okay. Registrar, if we can go to CIM 17209. One moment. Registrar, if we can just close that for a moment. I think I'll actually call it from the overview document. Just give me one moment. If we can go to overview document 9A, image 377. Okay, thank you. Actually, if we can also call up 378, there's just one additional line that carries over, just so that we have the complete document. Okay, and if we can call out the indented text at 872, please, Registrar. And Mr. Petzel, just for your background, this is the same email, just excerpted in the overview document.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I will give you a moment to review the email and let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
So this is an email you received from Mr. Malone, along with two of his colleagues, Dr. Hadayegi and Dr. Selek. And this email attached the trade wind report, as well as a draft letter report from Golder dated December 17th, 2018. And just for your context, I'll briefly call up both documents. Registrar, if we can do a side-by-side of CIM 17209.0001 and 0.0002. Mr. Petzold, I'm happy to flip through either document if that's helpful, but do you recall receiving this email?
I don't recall, but if the records show that I received it, then I received it, yeah.
Okay. And Registrar, if we can call up, I just want to make sure I have my reference correctly. Just bear with me for one moment. We can go to overview document 9A again at image 377. And I think actually if we can do 376 as well. Perfect. I think that gives both emails that I wanted to ask you about. So on the left at paragraph 870, this is a few hours before the email that we were just discussing. Mr. Malone sent an email to a few of his colleagues, and to be clear, you aren't copied on this email, but you are referred to in the email. And Registrar, if we can call out the fourth full paragraph, beginning with "for the pavement friction." Thank you. So you wrote in this paragraph, for the pavement friction expertise, I have contacted Jeff Petzold in Edmonton. He will assist in reviewing the content. Hamilton is seeking a written response by early next week that will confirm our position. So I read this email as suggesting that prior to Mr. Malone's email to you, that you might have had a discussion with him. Do you recall if you spoke to Mr. Malone before receiving the email attaching those two documents?
No, I don't recall if I spoke to him or not.
Okay. And prior to receiving the email from Mr. Malone, did you expect to receive it, or is it something that came out of the blue?
Again, I can't remember if I was expecting it or not.
Okay. Do you recall telling Mr. Malone that you would assist in reviewing the content, as he noted in his email?
I don't recall. I mean, I vaguely recall giving, telling them at some point. I don't remember when I told them, but I remember telling them that I could have a look at some documents. But I don't remember when. I don't remember when that conversation happened. Okay.
And recognizing that your recollection of these events is limited, do you recall if you anticipated assisting in a written response, as Mr. Malone indicated in his email?
Sorry. I don't believe I ever indicated that I would provide a written response to anything.
Okay. And Registrar, if we can close that call out. And if we can just call up the indented text at 872. To your recollection, Mr. Petzold, was this the first time that you received both reports that I opened, or do you not have a recollection of that?
I don't have a recollection of that, but I imagine it was the first time.
Do you recall having any prior conversations with Mr. Malone about friction testing standards?
I don't recall, no.
So Mr. Malone wrote in his email, and this is towards the bottom, it's actually the text that's underlined. The second underlined sentence includes, is that something we can offer an opinion on?
Mm-hmm.
Did you understand him to be asking you if you could provide an opinion on behalf of SEMA on this?
I don't believe I understood him to be asking me for an opinion on that, no.
Okay. What did you understand your role to be, or why this was sent to you?
I imagine he wanted me to just to take a look at it and to possibly provide him some advice.
Okay. And Registrar, we can close that and go to CIM 17198. We can also call up image 2, please. So this is a continuation of the same chain. So you responded to Mr. Malone. Your email starts at the bottom of the page on the left and then continues at the top. I can give you a moment to review. Is that text Are you able to review that, or is it helpful to call out?
No, I can read it if you don't mind me looking down
Yeah.
at the screen.
Okay.
That's fine. Okay.
Okay, so we spoke a bit earlier about your familiarity with grip tester machines. You wrote in your email, doing a quick search for that piece of equipment yields very little in terms of results analysis. At this time, so this is a few months later, what was your familiarity with a grip tester, or had it changed from what we discussed earlier?
No, like I said, I knew that they existed, and that was about it. I had heard the name of the piece of equipment, but I had never used one.
And I think in the next paragraph you referenced that you had a professor from university who uses the devices. Is that what you were referring to when we spoke about this earlier?
Yes.
And registrar, if we can call out, I'm just looking for which paragraph it is here. It's the, I think, fifth paragraph. Having said all of this, if you can call out that and the paragraphs below. Thank you. A little easier to look at. You wrote, having said all of this, without knowing more about what the road used to be like from a friction perspective versus what it is doing now and how rapidly it has deteriorated, we/I cannot say much that hasn't already been said in the report. At this time, were you aware that friction testing had been done by the MTO in 2007 prior to the RHVP's opening?
I can't say if I was aware or not.
And registrar, if you can close that for a moment and actually just call out all of the email on the image too. And a little bit further above in the paragraph, it's the second paragraph. I'm afraid that I don't know of any municipalities that have standards for friction characteristics. Most that I know of would just take measurements as a baseline and then perform regular checks to see when it drops and how quickly. In your experience, is that baseline and regular checks, is that something that's commonly done by municipalities?
I can't say if it's commonly done, but I've seen it done. Or I'm aware that it's been done.
Okay, and then four paragraphs down from that, you wrote, it's a little strange that they had to send the samples to UK for testing. There are numerous other tests that can be done on the aggregates within the samples that will give an indication of their durability that are readily done in Canada. What tests are you referring to?
They're specific lab testing that any materials lab in Canada does on a regular basis. I wouldn't know what specifically they are, but I know that on every project that I work on that involves asphalt, we do lab testing, or the quality assurance company does lab testing locally, and also the mix designs that are prepared by the contractors are performed in labs locally.
Okay, so at least at this time, you don't recall if you were referring to any particular tests that could be done in Canada?
No.
And then Further down, you wrote, the question around whether the road should be closed might be a bit overkill, but I'd say that rehabilitation needs to be expedited. Can't do much in the winter other than sand/salt. But if they could do an interim chip seal or something, maybe even mill the pavement so that it has a texture to it. Why did you write that the rehabilitation needed to be expedited?
Well, from a safety perspective, I mean, as an engineer, one of my primary obligations is safety, and if somebody feels that the road was unsafe or the road was in a condition that was causing incidents, if there's a concern, it needs to be dealt with.
Okay, and did you feel that the road was unsafe based on your review of the material sent to you?
I don't know if I felt it was unsafe or not. I wasn't in a position to comment on that. But I believe, and I'm trying to remember here, but I believe the whole purpose was that there was accidents or something, that's why they were looking at the friction characteristics.
Okay. And do you have a recollection of any discussions with Mr. Malone or anyone at SEMA where he told you that there was a safety issue or concerns around the safety as a result of the friction values?
I can't remember specifically, no.
Okay. Why did you suggest chip seal or milling in particular?
Just as a way to roughen the surface.
Okay. And again, a bit further down, you wrote, from a risk perspective, something should likely be done sooner rather than later. When you say risk perspective, what did you mean by that?
I probably meant that, reflecting to your earlier question about had somebody mentioned something about safety, reading that, it is quite possible that somebody mentioned something about safety, and I said that, to respond to that and say that if there is a concern, then you need to deal with it.
Okay. And again, just so that I understand clearly, you don't have a specific recollection of anyone telling you that? That's what
No.
you're inferring from your response?
Yeah.
And do you recall if you discussed the need for interim safety measures with Mr. Malone other than what's reflected in this email?
I don't believe I did, and I don't remember if I did or not.
Okay, and registrar, we can close out that call out and then call out the beginning part of the email on image 1. So you reference in your email to a drop at station 10,000. Why did you consider the drop significant?
I don't know if it was significant, but it's just different than the other friction values.
Okay, so you noticed a difference, and that's what you were highlighting?
Yeah.
Registrar, if we can close that call out. And if we can call out Mr. Malone's response. Thank you. And Mr. Malone replied to you, writing, first, you should know that the values have been relatively stable since the road has been opened. The RHVP section was built separately and is a different pavement mix. Did you understand from this that station 10,000 reflected the delineation between the RHVP and link?
I can't say whether I knew that or not. I'm not familiar with the stations at this time as to where one ends and one starts.
Okay. Did you know before receiving this email that the tradesman report reflected friction values for two different roadways with different pavement types?
I can't say that I knew or didn't know. I don't know.
Okay. And I can tell you that the tradesman report does include friction values for both the RHVP and Link, which are adjoining roads. Are there any safety concerns to your knowledge or given your experience where there is a difference in friction levels between two adjoining roads?
Depending on the differential between them, there's potential for there to be a safety concern, yeah.
Okay, in what circumstances would there be safety concern?
In wet conditions, conditions of the vehicle, if the tires are old and you got a rough pavement and then you transition into a smoother pavement, there could be potential for loss of control of a vehicle.
Okay, and is there a reason that you said depending on the differential, there is potential to be a safety concern? What would be? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, sorry. Finish your question, and then.
What would be the potential for safety concern from the differential in particular?
Well, if it's a large difference in the friction values, you go from a rough surface to a smooth surface. That would be an issue, I imagine. If you go from a rough surface to a surface that's still rough, but differently rough, it may not be as big of a concern. I don't know what the threshold would be, but
okay.
Logic would state that there is a threshold of some kind.
Okay. So in the third paragraph, Mr. Malone references TAC friction values used in stopping distance calculations. What does this refer to your knowledge?
I'm not intimately familiar with the TAC stuff, the guidelines, but I would assume that in the TAC manuals, there is some indication on how road friction plays a part in the ability of a vehicle to stop and its subsequent stopping distance.
Okay. And to confirm, so you were not familiar with the TAC friction values or not?
If I were looking at them, I'd need to go and find them and look them up. I would know where to look for them, but I don't work with them.
Okay, that's helpful. To your knowledge, are TAC friction values used as a threshold for friction values collected in the field?
That I don't know.
Registrar, if you could go to CIM 17192 at image 2, please. So Mr. Malone sent you 2 additional responses on the same topic on January 31st. I'll just give you a moment to review, and Registrar, if we can actually just call out the first half of the page.
Okay.
Okay. And then Registrar, if we can close that and go to image 1. And then if we can call out what looks like the bottom third of the page, beginning with on January 31, 2019. Thank you. So you answered Mr. Malone's second email, and this is your response. I'll also give you a moment to review.
Yep.
What was your understanding of how, if at all, tack friction numbers could be compared to the grip tester numbers?
I don't know that I knew. I certainly don't know now how to compare the two.
Okay, and you don't know if you had that knowledge at the time?
No.
Is that something that you would do as part of your work, or?
No.
And I think I understand from your earlier answer, but to confirm, is it your evidence that you do not know whether tack friction numbers for design can be compared to friction numbers collected in the field?
Yeah, I don't know if they're directly related or if there's some manipulation that needs to happen.
Okay. And you wrote, I can look into this further if you want. Do you recall if you did look into this further at this time?
I don't recall, but I don't believe I did.
Okay. And do you recall if Mr. Malone asked you to?
No, I don't recall if you did or not.
Okay. Other than the emails we've just looked at, did you have any discussions with Mr. Malone or anyone else at SEMA regarding the RHVP and friction testing?
Not that I can recall, no.
And did you discuss chip sealing, milling, or any other pavement rehabilitation with Mr. Malone or anyone else at SEMA, specifically with regard to the RHVP after your email?
Aside from the email that you showed previously, no, I don't believe so.
Okay. Did Mr. Malone ever tell you whether or not he agreed with your views on chip sealing or milling or treating the pavement in some way?
I don't recall that he did, no.
Did you ever come to learn whether or not it was suggested to the city?
No.
And at this time, did you understand Mr. Malone to be requesting any work product from you, any report, any written work?
No.
Mr. Malone went on to prepare a memorandum, which was ultimately provided to the mayor and city council and made public on February 6, 2019. A draft of this memorandum was provided to you by Dr. Select further in time, so February 20th, 2019, in context of another friction-related assignment SEMA was working on. And I'll ask you about that, that time period and that assignment in a few moments.
Sure.
Registrar, if we can go to CIM 17116 and also do a side-by-side with the attachment. So 17116.0001. Did you have any involvement in preparing what I'll refer to as the SEMA February 4 memorandum? I note that the draft here has a date of February 3rd, but the final is dated February 4th.
Was I involved in the preparation of that? Is that what your question is?
Correct.
Not that I can remember. I don't believe I was.
Okay. And had you received it or reviewed it prior to receiving it from Dr. Select on February 20th, 2019?
Not that I can remember, but again, I don't believe so.
Were you aware that it was made public on February 6th, 2019 at the time?
No.
Okay. And when you received the memo from Dr. Select, did you review it?
When I received it in the email on whatever the date of this one is, looks like
February 20th.
February 20th. I would have looked at the attachment.
Okay. You don't have a specific recollection of reviewing it, but based on your practice, you think you would have, is that right?
Reviewing it just to read it, but not reviewing it from a quality or content or engineering. It wouldn't have been that kind of review. It would have been just reading it.
Okay. Did you feel that the information presented in the memorandum was consistent with your discussions with Mr. Malone or consistent with your experience?
I can't recall what I felt about the memo at this time.
Do you recall having any concerns when you read it?
None that I can recall. I don't know.
Okay. Do you know if you ever received a finalized version of the memo or if you ever received another version other than what we have on screen right now?
I can't recall, but I don't believe so. I don't know if I did or not.
I can tell you we don't have any documents indicating that to my knowledge, but to your recollection.
Yeah, no, I believe I only received this one, and if that, I don't believe I received anything else.
Okay. Registrar, if we can go to overview document 10A, images 114 and 115. Okay. And I'm looking specifically at paragraph 289. Registrar, if you can start by calling out the indented text just on 114. So on February 19th, so the day prior to the email we were just looking at, you received an email from Dr. Select forwarding an email received from Mr. Soldo from the city of Hamilton.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you a moment to just review Dr. Select's email, and then I'll go into the document itself so we can look at Mr. Soldo's email.
Yep.
Okay. Registrar, if we can go to CIM 17114. And actually images 4 and 5, please. Can we actually do 5 and 6? Okay, so you can see at the bottom of the image on the left, the email that was forwarded, and then the bulk of the email is on the right. So I'll give you a moment to review that.
Okay.
Prior to receiving this email, had you been contacted by Mr. Malone or Dr. Select?
Well, I mean, this email was in February. I was contacted by Mr. Malone in January on that the memo, the other thing that we were just looking at. But
sorry, to be more clear, between the emails we were looking at, so after January 31st, but before this email, did you have any ongoing discussions, or were these two separate?
No, I seem to recall that there were quite a few gaps in the communication. I was speaking with him in January and then February, and I think in February that was the last time I was involved in this and spoke to anybody about it.
And registrar, if we can go, so there were some attachments included to the email sent to you. I'm just going to pull up a few of the attachments for your reference. So that's CIM 17124.0002.
Do you recall receiving an email, or do you recall receiving attachments that looked like this?
I can't say whether I received them or not, but I don't remember, to be honest.
Okay, I can tell you that the email, you received the email attaching these,
Okay.
but you don't have a specific recollection of that. Is that
No.
correct?
No. Yeah.
And registrar, just before I moved too far ahead, I believe CIM 17114 needs to be marked as an exhibit, which I think is 154. But I might be mistaken on that.
Thanks, Council. It is Exhibit 154.
Thank you.
Sorry, it's CIM 1714.
CIM 17114.
114. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So this is an example of one of the attachments included, and it's some MTO friction data. Prior to receiving the email, do you recall being aware of the friction testing data?
No, I don't recall.
Okay, and registrar, if we can go back into the overview document, 10A at 114 and 115. And if we can call out the indented text on 114 again. Mr. Petzold, you responded to Dr. Select, writing, last I heard from Brian, he was going to be throwing some words together from our discussions. Not sure where that is at. I could possibly help out further. What is your timeline? Were the discussions that you're referring to in your response to the emails that we looked at a few moments ago from late January?
I believe so.
You're not aware of any other discussions that you had?
No, no. Like I said, there were a lot of gaps in when I was talking with him.
And do you recall what Mr. Malone told you about the words that he was throwing together, to use your words?
No, I don't recall what he was doing. You know, possibly that was a memo, possibly something else. I don't recall.
Okay. So Dr. Select responded to you, writing, we have to provide the city with a quote in the next couple of days. The project should be done quickly as the resurfacing tender being prepared by SEMA will be issued by the end of this month, and the city wants to know the friction numbers before then. Registrar, if we can close this and then call out the indented text on 115 for the rest of the chain. And I'll just give you a moment to review.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So Dr. Select advised you that the city wanted to extrapolate the friction values from 2008 to 2014 to estimate a 2019 value. And you replied that you would suggest a field measurement would be needed and that you would not be comfortable extrapolating the numbers. Yep. And then in a subsequent email the following day on February 21st, you wrote, I got your voicemail today. Sorry, my day kind of ran away on me. Unfortunately, I am not able nor comfortable performing extrapolation on the friction values for 2 reasons. And then you identified 2 reasons. So one of the reasons you noted related to traffic volumes being higher than design. Could you expand on the impact of this on an extrapolated value?
Well, yeah. So if you're basing it on a particular traffic volume, the friction will quite possibly, reduce or be impacted over its lifespan on one trajectory. But if the traffic volumes increase or are different, the friction will deteriorate or change or increase or whatever it does more rapidly or more slowly. if the traffic volumes are different than what the design was.
Okay. And what did you mean by extrapolation out 5 years would not be prudent?
Based on those 2 points, or sorry, that 1 point, I think that, you know, it might be one thing to infer results, you know, 6 months or a month or 2 months, whatever, down the road from existing data, but multiple years, 5 years, there's a lot that can change in 5 years. And I didn't possess the skill set or the knowledge to be able to do that extrapolation.
Okay. And your email also made reference to a voicemail from Dr. Selleck, who had indicated in an earlier email that he would call you. And then a bit further down, Mr. Malone replied to you, to your email. Isn't the city just asking for an analysis of the MTO data for the 2007 to 2014 to see the data trend in those numbers? I suspect they are looking to see if there is a trend in the data and why the city was not told. You responded, not sure. Sarush's voicemail seemed to indicate otherwise. Do you recall that voicemail?
No, I don't, unfortunately.
Do you recall anything about what seemed to indicate otherwise?
No, I don't remember what he said in the voicemail.
And did you ultimately speak with him on the phone?
I don't remember if I did or not.
And do you recall any contact regarding this? Other than these emails here, do you recall any discussions with Dr. Selleck or Mr. Malone or anything beyond these
No,
emails?
I don't recall any discussions beyond these emails.
Okay. And from your perspective, were you expecting any follow-up on this?
I believe I was considering this over and finished as far as I was concerned.
And registrar, if we can go to HAM 36336. Okay. So a report was provided to the city on February 26th, 2019, which included an extrapolation of the friction values. Were you involved in preparing this memo?
No.
Did you have any further discussion with Mr. Malone, Dr. Selleck, or anyone else regarding the assignment or the memo?
No, I don't believe so, no.
Going back to a question that I had asked you earlier regarding your email, where you had noted that it wouldn't be prudent to perform the extrapolation. By that, did you mean it wouldn't be prudent for you to perform the extrapolation or for the extrapolation to be done at all?
That's a good question. I reading the email and just knowing how I speak and how I write, I believe I was envisioning it wouldn't be prudent for me to do it. I think I did indicate further down in that email or in a separate email or subsequent email, that if it's data analysis or trend forecasting or whatever, that surely somebody in SEMA is capable of doing that.
And did you ever receive or review this memo prior to your preparation as part of these proceedings?
As part of these proceedings,
prior, sorry, just to confirm, before, so in your time as a SEMA employee and in the course of your work as a SEMA employee, did you receive this?
No.
Did Dr. Selleck, Mr. Malone, or Dr. Hadayegi ever discuss with you whether an extrapolated number could be compared to field testing or design values aside from the emails?
Not that I recall. I don't believe so.
Okay. If they had, what would your views have been
they would have been the same as what I wrote in my email, that, you know, it wasn't something that I was comfortable doing. If they wanted to investigate doing that, they would need to speak with somebody who was comfortable doing that, who was qualified and capable.
Following the contact you had in February 2019, did you ever have any additional discussions with anyone at SEMA regarding the RHVP?
No.
Okay, and did you ever have any discussions with anyone at the City of Hamilton?
No.
Commissioner, subject to any questions you may have, those are my questions.
Okay. I have no questions. Perhaps the registrar can take that document down. Thank you. We'll go around the participants to ask whether they have any questions, starting with Ms. Roberts.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Petzold, I'm Jennifer Roberts. I'm counsel for Golder. Hello.
Hey.
I just have a couple of questions arising from some of your testimony earlier. You said that you mentioned wet weather stopping distance.
Mm-hmm.
And by that, I mean, let me ask the question, is it an established proposition that stopping in wet weather conditions takes a far greater distance than in dry conditions?
I wouldn't say far greater, but I believe that it's established that it takes longer to stop in wet conditions than in dry conditions, yes.
Thank you. Can we please, Registrar, could you please pull up SEMA 17209? Just want to go back to a document that you were taken to this morning. Registrar? Oh, thank you. That's great. This document has two attachments to it, and that is the Tradewind friction testing report, as well as a Golder report that's December 2017. Were you told that the Tradewind report was enclosed within a Golder report of 2014?
I don't recall if I was told that or not.
Were you provided with the Golder report of 2014?
I believe I was, but I don't remember. I don't remember if I was or not.
You don't remember. So the attachment to this one is a 2017 report.
Okay.
Perhaps, Registrar, are you able to go to it from this document?
Sorry, Councillor, if you have a doc ID for me, I can go to the.
I don't know that I do. Oh, let me see if I can. It's all right. Okay. Do you have, you told that Golder provided analysis of the Tradewind friction testing?
I don't know if I was told that Golder did an analysis. I was told that there was the Golder report when I was given it.
And are you talking about the Golder report of 2017, or are you talking about the Golder report of 2014?
The Golder report that's attached to this email, I believe that's the 2017 version that you're speaking of.
Right. Okay. Are you aware of a technique in pavement rehabilitation called microsurfacing?
I'm aware of it. I wouldn't say I have a lot of experience with it.
when you were provided with the Tradewind report, were you told that Golder had recommended microsurfacing of the Red Hill?
I can't recall if I was told that or not.
Are you aware that microsurfacing is a treatment that improves surface friction?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Ms. McIver?
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Hi, Mr. Petzold. I'm Heather McIver. I'm counsel for MTO. I just have a very brief question for you about your evidence this morning. Registrar, if you could pull up CIM 17198.2, please. Okay, Registrar, I believe it's the next page over. So, yeah, that's right. Mr. Petzold, we looked at this earlier, and you note here, I believe it's in the second paragraph, that you're unaware of municipalities applying specific standards for friction, but you confirmed today you're aware that some take baseline measurements and then perform regular checks to see whether they drop and how quickly. I'm just interested in your view. What's the significance of knowing whether friction drops quickly versus more gradually?
Sorry, could you maybe just rephrase that? I'm not entirely sure what you're asking.
Of course. So you mentioned here that in your view, municipalities may monitor friction and whether it drops quickly or not. So I'm just sort of interested in why an entity would want to know the rate at which friction is dropping. What did you mean by quickly?
Well, if I believe that municipalities are concerned with the safety of their roads, and if they're seeing that the road is becoming more slippery or has less friction, they would want to attempt to identify that and then do some form of rehabilitation to improve the friction.
Okay, and would I be correct to say that this has to do with driver expectations when we're talking about quick friction changes versus declining friction over the long term?
Again, what do you mean by driver expectations?
I guess in terms of adapting to decreasing friction. So you've specifically said here, many check to see, first of all, if friction is dropping, second of all, how quickly. So I'm really just trying to understand what the importance is of monitoring the quickness of the dropping.
Yeah, I don't imagine you would, from a driver expectation perspective, I mean, I don't imagine that you're going to see one day the road will be have good friction characteristics, and then the next day or the next week the road's going to have poorer friction characteristics. This is something that I believe would take place over course of seasons or years or whatever, again depending on traffic volume. But yeah, I mean, if a driver is driving on one road surface, hypothetically a major highway, and it's very grippy and very good friction characteristics, and then they come off, they take an exit and go onto an off ramp or something, and it's got lower friction characteristics, that would be a very quick change that a driver wouldn't be anticipating and could lead to some safety concerns.
Okay, and here, if you're testing the same section of a roadway, whether that's municipal roadway or not, what is the benefit of knowing whether there are significant changes, let's say year to year, or more gradual changes? Is that something you're comfortable speaking about, or?
I mean, I don't work in a city planning office, but if the city or the municipality or the infrastructure owner sees that their infrastructure, their road is getting progressively slipperier or has less friction, they would use that in planning their rehabilitation programs. And if they see that it's progressed along a certain trend over the course of the last couple of years, and then all of a sudden it changes or something to that effect, then maybe that might tweak them to think, oh, we need to look at this. But it would be used for planning purposes for their maintenance operations.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Petzold. Those are my questions for you.
Okay. Mr. Mishra, do you have any questions for the city?
Yes, Mr. Commissioner. I just have a couple of questions for Mr. Petzold.
Go ahead.
Mr. Registrar, can you pull up SEAM 16861, please? And if you could call out just the bottom email from Mr. Malone, please. Mr. Petzold, I just want to confirm one point with respect to this email. As I understand it, in September 2018, the city requested that SEMA assist in interpreting pavement friction testing results. Is that right?
I can infer that from the email that was written there. Yeah.
Understood. And you don't have any other recollection of that request?
No.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Registrar. Can you now pull up SEMA 17111, please?
Sorry, I'm just plugging in my laptop.
Yeah, no problem at all, sir.
Okay.
Could you actually pull up images 1 and 2, please? Perfect, thank you. So looking at your email to Mr. Salek dated February 21st, 2019, you'd agree that you're of the view that MTO friction data that dated 2014 and earlier would not have much relevance because the data was 5 years old. Is that fair to say?
That would be my opinion, but again, I wouldn't call myself an expert on this. Somebody else who is more qualified to speak on friction analysis may have a different opinion, but that's my opinion.
And in your view, friction data that's 5 years old is too old to extrapolate. Do I have that right?
In my opinion, yeah, I wouldn't, like I said, I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that.
Okay. Mr. Commissioner, can you just give me 1 second to take a look at my notes?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Petzold. Those are all my questions today.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Petzold, thank you for attending the inquiry. You're excused. We appreciate your appearance.
Thank you.
Now I look to.
Sorry, should I just leave or do I get?
You can just sign off. Yeah.
I can just sign off. Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Ms. Leclerc, we have one more witness today.
We do, and I'm in your hands as to whether it's best to take an early lunch now and resume with.
How long do we anticipate we will be with Mr. Sala?
I'm anticipating around an hour and a half.
All right. 12:30. Then let's take our break and we'll return at 1:45.
Thank you. Afternoon, Commissioner. May I proceed?
Yes, please do, Ms. LeClaire.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Select. Before I start asking you some questions, I will ask the court reporter to affirm your evidence.
Yes, I'm going to ask you to affirm your evidence today, so please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Dr. Select, before we begin, am I pronouncing your last name correctly?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to first ask you some questions about your professional background. You've worked at SEMA's Burlington office since 2014, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and what's your current role at SEMA?
I'm the director of traffic engineering at SEMA Burlington.
And when did you start that role?
A couple of years ago.
Okay. And did you have any prior roles at SEMA before the role you currently hold?
Yeah, I joined SEMA in 2014 as a traffic engineer, and then I acted as a project manager and senior project manager before my current role.
Okay. And prior to 2014 at SEMA, what prior professional roles did you hold?
I was working in consultant, environment engineering consultant as a traffic engineer and a project manager. And after that, I did my PhD in traffic engineering at University of Waterloo.
Okay. And prior to completing your PhD, can you tell me a bit more about your educational background?
I did my bachelor and master's outside of Canada, and I was involved in traffic and transportation consulting after my graduation from a master's degree outside of Canada. And then in 2009, I arrived in Canada, starting my PhD.
And did you have any specialization in your studies?
Yes, my main specialization is working on traffic data, pattern recognition, machine learning, and basically acting as a data scientist.
Okay. And as part of your educational background and work experience, did you have any expertise related to friction testing or to the analysis of friction testing results?
I do have expertise in analyzing different kind of data related to traffic, including friction, but it's only data analysis, not expertise in measuring friction.
Okay. Specifically with friction testing, am I correct in understanding that you do not yourself, you're not involved in conducting or collecting the friction data?
Yes, I'm not a pavement engineer. I do not collect friction data, but I do analyze friction data and interpret the results.
Okay, and for what purpose would you analyze the data and interpret the results? In what contexts?
The projects that I was involved with involving friction analysis were mainly looking at the trend of friction data in order and model the friction data, trying to correlate it with other factors in order to have some estimates when we want to come up with decisions. I worked for MTO basically as one of my clients to do friction modeling in previous years. And for this, both for the city of Hamilton, also, I had a minor role in friction analysis.
Okay, and that friction analysis that you're referring to for the city, is that in February of 2019, or is that, okay,
Correct.
So I will have some more questions relating to that later in your examination. Do you have any expertise or knowledge regarding friction testing standards or thresholds or the equipment used?
No.
And I understand you're a professional engineer, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and where are you licensed?
Ontario.
Okay, and are you licensed in any other jurisdictions?
No, just in Ontario.
And just so I understand clearly, I believe your current title was the was a director role. Do you recall what year you became the director?
I think it was May of 2020.
Okay. So in late 2018, early 2019, am I correct in understanding that you would have been in your role as senior project manager?
Correct.
Okay. So the most of the questions that I'll ask you today are focused on your time in that role. So if you could tell me generally what your role as senior project manager at SEMA entailed.
As the title says, I was involved in different projects, managing the projects, managing the technical components of the projects for some studies, and for some studies acting as the project director to take care of the project management, cost and schedule management, and also managing the staff.
Okay, and did you work in a particular group at SEMA?
We have a traffic engineering group, SEMA Ontario, that for the whole, for my tenure at SEMA, I worked in the same group.
Okay, and does that group work specifically with roadways, or are there other industries that work?
It's mostly roadways. We work with Ministry of Transportation Ontario and other municipalities, and usually it's related to roadways and traffic operations and safety.
Okay. So in a few moments, I'll ask you some questions regarding some work SEMA conducted for the City of Hamilton beginning in 2018. But before 2018, had you worked on any projects for the City of Hamilton regarding the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I don't think, I can't recall, but I don't think so.
Registrar, if we can go to overview document 9A, images 92 and 93, please. And Dr. Select, we've called up some documents on the screen here. If you, I will direct you to some particular paragraphs, but if you need, we're happy to zoom in or call anything out, and please let us know if the videos are obscuring any of the text that I'm asking you to look at. So Registrar, if we can call out paragraph 235. So on October 5th, 2018, you were copied on an email from Dr. Hadayegi to Mr. Ferguson at the city regarding a project that we refer to as the RHVP Roadside Safety Assessment. And just to give you a bit more context, I'll walk you through the original request that came from the city. And for clarity, you were not copied on the original email from Mr. Ferguson, but I understand that you were later forwarded the email from one of your colleagues. Registrar, if we can call out paragraph 232. So that's Mr. Ferguson's email, which continues in the paragraph below. If you can call out 233 registrar. So this is the email that Mr. Ferguson forwarded, which was later forwarded to you. I'll give you a moment to review.
Yep. Yep.
Okay. Do you recall receiving this email?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And was this the first time that you became involved in a project related to the RHVP, to your knowledge?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And registrar, we can take those call-outs down. What was your involvement with the proposal?
I was aware of the proposal. I helped in the preparation of the proposal, mostly on the section for collision analysis, and also on the section for the budgeting and scheduling.
Okay. And when you say you assisted with the preparation, did you draft part of the proposal or did you review it? You can just expand on that.
Yeah, Mr. Botticini drafted the proposal. I reviewed the proposal and provided comments.
And registrar, if we can go to images 93 and 94. So on October 16th, 2018, Dr. Hadayegi sent the city a revised proposal to include a request from the Hamilton Police Service for potential design of HPS access points on the RHVP and link. Was your involvement with the revised proposal the same, that you would have reviewed it to provide comments?
Correct.
Okay. So for efficiency, I'll take you to the later proposal from October 16th. But if you'd like to review the first proposal, please let me know, and I'm happy to flip through that as well. Registrar, it's CIM 19777.0001. And what was the purpose of the proposed work?
Based on my recollection, the city wanted to do resurfacing of Red Hill Valley Parkway and subsequently the Lincoln Alexander Parkway. And so they wanted us to review the collision data as well as the roadside elements to come up with recommendations that can be included in the tender for the resurfacing.
And did you understand the work to involve any assessment of the current surface of the RHVP?
No.
Would a roadside safety, oh, go ahead, sorry.
The review of collision data was involved, it was included, but there was no assessment of the pavement within the scope.
And would a roadside safety assessment typically include an assessment of the surface itself?
It's the assessment of the shoulders, rumble strips, guide rails, signage, and pavement marking.
Okay. So at this time, early to mid-October 2018, had you been involved in any discussions with anyone at SEMA or anyone at the city regarding friction or friction testing on the RHVP?
No.
And were you aware of any concerns regarding the pavement surface of the RHVP at this time?
No.
Did you have any understanding of why the city was repaving at this time?
At this time, my understanding was that's regular resurfacing. This is quite normal at highways after their lifetime, close to their life, they go through resurfacing.
Okay. And At this time, had Mr. Malone advised you that he had received some summary numbers regarding friction testing on the RHVP conducted in 2007 and 2013?
I was not aware of anything.
Okay. Registrar, if we can go to CIM 19786. Okay, so on October 12th, 2018, so this is a few days before the final proposal that we were just looking at, you were forwarded an email from Dr. Hadayegi that he received from Mr. Ferguson at the city, who had in turn received it from Dr. Izidpana at TESS, who was formerly at SEMA. Registrar, if we can just call up image 2 as well. Do you recall receiving this email?
Preparing for the this hearing, I reviewed this email, yes, but from that time I can't recall. It is 4 years ago.
Okay, so you don't have a particular recollection beyond the email itself. Okay. So Dr. Izidpana's email included a link to a report with a summary of TES or TESS observations and recommendations from certain ramps on the RHVP. Document was provided by link, but we've received a document that I understand to be a copy of that report. Registrar, if we can go to HAM 35505. Do you recall receiving or reviewing this report?
I recall having some data from TESS while doing the project for the roadside safety review. And I think this is the one, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, and would you have reviewed it in context of the roadside safety assessment?
I looked into it not to review and provide comments or observations. I just went through it because we were doing the same type of analysis in more details as part of the roadside safety review.
So the report includes observations regarding collisions on the ramps, including severity, collision type, road surface condition, and light. Do you know if this work was incorporated into SEMA's roadside safety assessment?
As I said, we were aware of the analysis. We looked into it, but we did the complete analysis again using the data provided by the city. My understanding is that we came up with very similar observations in more details.
Okay, so in a few places, the report highlights that SMV, or I believe that's single motor vehicle collisions and collisions occurring under wet surface conditions are the most prevalent type of collisions. And for a few ramps, resurfacing is identified as a potential countermeasure. Was this information consistent with your understanding of the RHVP collision analysis at the time in October 2018, or was this new or different information?
It's very similar to our findings, which we documented in our report.
So prior to SEMA undertaking the work and preparing the report, this is around the same time as the proposal. Did you, at the time of the proposal, have an understanding of the RHVP collision analysis that had been done in prior SEMA reports?
I was aware of it, yes.
Okay. Registrar, if we can go to HAM 6019. If we can also call up image 2, please. So you're listed as having attended a kickoff meeting for the RHVP roadside safety assessment on November 1st, 2018. Do you recall this meeting?
Yes, I do.
what do you recall about the meeting?
This was the kickoff meeting for the project. I remember that the city wanted to have the study started as soon as possible because of the time limitations that they had for the resurfacing preparation of the resurfacing tender. And they wanted our recommendations as soon as possible. And we attended this meeting. We reviewed our work plan and proposal with the city, and we usually our practice is to have an agenda item to go through the client expectations to make sure that we are answering the questions that the client has, and also provide them with some thoughts if there is a question that the client didn't ask, but we are able to answer, or we think that are important to answer. We usually highlight during our kickoff meetings, including this one.
And do you recall any discussion of friction or friction testing at this meeting?
I can't recall any discussion on friction testing.
Okay. When you say you can't recall, do you mean you are sure that it did not happen, or that you can't recall either way?
It's 4 years ago. I can't say that there was no 100% no discussion, but even if there was a discussion, it didn't came into my radar that this is something that we need to consider in this study. The focus of the study was clear, and I can't really recall. I can't say 100% I'm sure, but we can say that it didn't occur to me that that's friction is something that we have to look into.
And on image 2, I think it's the 5th and 6th bullets, beginning with SEMA has previously reviewed the study corridor. Registrar, if you could call that out. Yeah. Perfect, thank you. So that bullet and the one below. So SEMA has previously reviewed the study corridor and provided the city with mainly, I don't know if that's supposed to be many, long-term recommendations to install median guide rails along the RHVPN link. And SEMA will review the findings of the noted study and include its key short-term and medium-term recommendations in the current study as needed.
Yep.
Had you reviewed at this time the 2013 or 2015 SEMA reports?
No, it was part of the scope of the study to review that. So this was the kickoff meeting. So we were aware of previous studies that we have done for the city. So that's one of the items that we discussed with the city, that we're gonna look into those studies and findings and try to see if our recommendations are gonna change, and if yes, we're gonna include it in our current report.
Okay, but you yourself had not read those reports at this time, is that correct?
Yes, at this time, I haven't read those reports.
Okay, and did you later come to read those reports at some point during this project?
I can't recall exactly, but my understanding is I have looked at them based on the way that I work. Usually, I look at them, but I can't recall clearly.
Right.
My involvement in this project was mostly for the collision analysis. Mr. Botticini, who did the roadside safety investigation and authored the report, the subsequent report, definitely reviewed the reports. And there is a section in our report that summarizes some of the findings of those studies.
And I'll take you to, I think I'll take you to those sections in a moment. Okay. Registrar, if we can go to overview document 9A at image 124 and 125. Okay. And paragraph 309, so that begins at the bottom of 124 and then continues to 125. Just wait for that to be called up. So you received an email from Mr. Malone on November 7th, 2018 regarding the lighting study.
Hmm.
And then you received a second email, so registrar, if we can take those call outs down. It's at paragraph 310. Dr. Slack, is that as it is presently up on the screen, is that clear enough, or would you like the registrar to call it out?
Yep, I can read it.
Perfect. Let me know once you've had a chance to review.
Yep.
Okay. Before getting into the substance of the latter email, what was your involvement in the RHVP lighting study, if any?
I had no involvement.
And what was your understanding of why you received this email?
It's a normal practice at CIMA that we CC people who may have involvement in relevant projects. So they have the information, the latest information regarding the project that they're doing. If there is any project that's the outcomes are going to affect our subject project, we can get a good handle of it through these CC, this by copying these, being copied on these emails.
Okay, so this was more just for your general information, not because you were particularly involved in the project. Is that correct?
Correct. And the other reason for copying is just for backup. People go on vacation or may not be available at times. So it's good to have the information sometimes if relevant.
Okay. So in the last paragraph, registrar, if you can call that out. And Mr. Malone included the recommendation will recognize that they need to do close monitoring of changes being made so that future actions are adjusted to optimize the original infrastructure, the improvements that are being completed, and the improvements already planned. Bluntly, this is code for seeing if the collision issues on the RHVP are resolved with a new pavement. What did you understand Mr. Malone to mean by that last sentence?
I can't recall from that time. I just read this through the preparation for this hearing. My understanding was there was some collision issues and they wanted to know if the improvements that they have implemented resulted in any enhancement in the collision trends.
Okay, and did you have an understanding of what collision issues there were more specifically?
Not at the time, but through the analysis that we did as part of the roadside safety review, we came to understanding of the type of collisions, but I can't recall clearly if at the time that I read this email, what was my understanding, because as I said earlier, I can't even recall this email. I just read it recently.
Okay. Did you discuss this email with Mr. Malone or others to your recollection?
No, I didn't because it was not relevant to, I was not involved in the project.
Registrar, we can take that down, and if we can go to images, or just image 129. So on November 7th, 2018, Mr. Bottesini emailed you and others at SEMA writing, do we know if we should provide detailed recommendations for the median guide rails, even given our previous recommendation for high tension cable guide rail? And then you responded the same day writing, as discussed in the meeting, we have to review our previous findings and adopt the short-term to medium-term recommendations for areas with serious safety issues. What meeting are you referring to? Was it the November 1st kickoff meeting or something else?
Yeah, it's the kickoff meeting.
Okay, and what serious safety issues were you referring to?
So usually when we look into collisions, we are dealing with fatal and injury collisions, as well as PDO, property damage only collisions. So based on the normal practice, fatal and injury collisions are of more importance, and we look into them in more details. And if we can identify some of the contributory factors resulting in those collisions, then we identify safety issues and serious safety issues.
Okay, and at this time, so early November 2018, did you have an understanding of whether there were areas with serious safety issues?
I don't think that at this time we had our preliminary results ready. I can't recall, but we didn't know. So it was based on, if you look into the minutes of the kickoff meeting, there is a section that talks about the same thing, about adopting short and medium term recommendations of previous studies into the roadside safety study. So based on that conversation that we had during the kickoff meeting, I asked Mr. Bottesini to proceed with that direction.
Okay, and I just want to make sure that I'm clear on your evidence on this point. Was your inclusion of for areas with serious safety issues reflecting that you prior knowledge of that SEMA already knew, or that you already knew that there were areas with serious safety issues? Or was it that the recommendations would be applied should they be discovered through the analysis?
Yeah, the latter. At that point of time, I couldn't speculate. We were doing the full review of the collision data and doing site investigation. And those two pieces could help us to come up with potential locations with safety issues.
Okay, and did you discuss any serious safety issues with the city at this time?
No, because at this time we didn't know where the serious safety issues are. So my message to Mr. Bottesini was more focused on short-term and medium-term recommendations. And we had to review the highway in order to identify the locations with safety issues. So at this point, I didn't have any information on the exact locations, if any.
Had you, if I'm understanding correctly, didn't anyone tell you that there were such areas?
No. As I said, we were at the beginning of our study, and our study would result in the identification of the collision hotspots.
Yeah. Registrar, if we can go to 161, image 161 and 162 of this overview document. So going forward a few weeks in time, on November 23rd, 2018, you sent a draft of the roadside safety assessment report to Mr. Ferguson. What was your involvement in the preparation of the report? Did you draft it? Did you review?
I reviewed the report.
Okay. And your email, it's excerpted at paragraph 386, included SEMA could not determine the reason for the abrupt increase in collisions from 2013 to 2014 to 2015 to 2017. Both self-reported and other collisions have similar increase in 2015. Would the city have an explanation? What did you mean by this?
There is a graph in the roadside safety reports that shows the evolution of collision data in the past 5 years of the study that of the historical collisions that we reviewed. And there was an abrupt change in collisions. If I'm not mistaken, it was after from year 3 of the analysis. And we usually, when these type of changes happen, may be the result of some physical change in the highway. So we wanted to understand if the city has done anything, or there was any explanation for that trend. Because if you look at the collision data, there is a quite pattern in that change. It's an abrupt change. So we raised that question and asked the city.
And did you ever come to learn from the city whether there was some physical change in the highway that corresponded to that increase?
No, to the best of my recollection, we never received any input on that question.
And at this time, did you have any concerns regarding the increase?
Our concern was mostly for the proportion of wet collisions. The important thing was to capture the increase and also to dig more to see what are the prevailing collision impact types and collision types, which we did. So we wanted that extra information to have an explanation, but it wouldn't change any of our recommendation, the knowledge of that.
Okay. And turning to the draft itself, Registrar, if we can go to HAM 35556 and image 8. Okay, so the section includes a summary of the main recommendations SEMA had made in the 2013 and 2015 reports, and I think you alluded to this earlier. This included, somewhat in the middle of the bullets, conduct pavement friction testing. Did you draft any of this section, or was that Mr. Bottassini?
It was Mr. Bottassini.
Were you aware prior to your review of this draft that friction testing had been recommended?
This is the summary of the recommendations from the previous study. So I reviewed this section, but this is not the recommendation from the study that I was involved with.
Okay, and before reviewing it, did you know that pavement friction testing had previously been recommended, or would this have been new information to you?
It was new information to me.
Okay, and did you know at this time whether or not any friction testing had been done in response to the recommendation?
We didn't know if any of these recommendations have been implemented or not.
Okay. And Registrar, if we can go to images 12 and 13. Okay, so section 3 included the collision history review. Did you draft the section or conduct the analysis?
No, I just reviewed.
Registrar, if we can go to image 14. We can actually have 13 and 14. Okay, if you can call out the top of image 13 before 3.1.2. And I believe this section is what you referred to in your email regarding the increase in number of collisions. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And I think I understood your evidence to be that you did not receive an answer from the city regarding that question.
I recall we asked the question during a progress meeting, but I don't have any recollection if we received an answer. Chances are that they didn't know themselves, but I can, that's just my intuitive understanding. I can't recall.
Okay, so you don't have a specific recollection of whether you received an answer?
No.
Had SEMA received an answer, is that something that would have been included in the report?
The progress meeting was after the draft report, but if we have received an answer, we would, based on our practice, we would document it in the reports.
Okay.
But by saying that I can't recall doesn't mean that we have received it. I can't recall
Either way.
Either way. Yeah.
Registrar, if we can go to image 15. If you can actually do 14 and 15, just so that we can get the heading. In any event, you can close image 14 then, just to make it a little larger. Sorry about that. So SEMA included in the draft report that 64% of mainline collisions and 73% of ramp collisions, respectively, occurred on a wet surface, and that was noticeably higher than what was found in the 2015 review, which on that study had already been found to be significantly higher than the provincial and city averages of 17.6 and 22%, respectively. Do you recall any discussions at this time regarding this?
Yep, we had an observation. We documented in the reports. I can't recall any additional discussion.
Okay. And Registrar, if we can go to image 23. So the summary of the collision history review included these findings suggest that inadequate skid resistance, surface polishing, bleeding, contamination, and excessive speeds may be contributing factors to collisions. Was this consistent with your understanding at the time of the contributing factors relating to the increase?
Correct.
Okay, and did you understand those factors to be equal contributors?
Can you clarify on those factors?
So the two factors that are listed are inadequate skid resistance and excessive speeds. And I'm just wondering whether you understood those to be equal or if you had an understanding of how those might individually contribute.
We were not comparing those two factors, and we didn't come up with the contribution of each. We came up with the possibility of contribution of these two factors based on the review of collision data. So our statement here is not to say that each of these factors were contributing equally. As if you look, based on the review of the data that we documented in the report, they came up with different percentages, but in collision analysis, because we are dealing with a sample, we can not come up with such detailed factors to evaluate quantitatively evaluate the contribution of the factors with certainty.
Okay. And at this time, did you or did anyone at SEMA express to you concerns regarding the pavement surface?
No, the results that we had was self-explanatory. It was suggesting that the highway is not performing well at certain locations in terms of the wet surface during when the surface is wet.
Okay. And did anyone reference friction or friction testing at this time? Friction testing results, rather?
No. The other thing is, for this study, we knew that the resurfacing is happening soon, and we knew that resurfacing can improve the friction. So that if you take a look at our recommendations, the first recommendation is discussing this, but other recommendations are some other complementary safety measures.
Okay, Registrar, if we can go to OD9A, page, image 65 and 66. Okay, and on November 27th, 2018, a few days after you sent the draft, Mr. Malone copied you on an email he sent to Mr. McGuire at the city in response to an email he had received the same day. And Mr. Malone's email referred to both the RHVP lighting study and the RHVP roadside safety assessment. And I believe I understand your evidence to be that you were not involved in the lighting study. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And regarding the roadside safety assessment, Mr. Malone wrote, you are also correct that the roadside safety report for the RHVP is close to being completed. A draft has already been provided to Dave Ferguson. There were just a few questions that need to be answered by the city, and then it will be finalized. And am I right in interpreting Mr. Malone's reference to a few questions, to the questions you raised in your email to Mr. Ferguson on November 23rd?
Can you please call out the section that talks about those questions?
Sure. Just to confirm, are you asking me to call out this
Yep,
here or the earlier?
Just the section that has the questions.
Is this, I
No,
don't,
no, no. At the end that Mr. Malone said that we just need to address some of the questions.
Registrar, if you can close that, and if you can go to, oh, I see the issue. It's 165 and 166. Thank you. Okay, and it's if you can call out at the indented text at 396. Apologies, I think this is what we were looking for. And it's the middle paragraph.
Yeah, yes, that's correct. And we had another question at the time. I think it was included in the questions that I sent with the draft report. I can't recall, but you can check that we also wanted to know the design speed of the highway for the geometric analysis that we did prior to the collision analysis.
I believe that that's correct, and I understand you ultimately receive a response on that, which we'll come to in a moment. Registrar, if we can go to CIM 19405. And if we can call out both. If we can actually call out 2 and 3. Okay. So the email at the bottom is the November 23rd email that we looked at a little earlier. And then on November 30th, 2018, this is just to give you the context, I think this is the middle email on the image on the left. You received a response from Mr. Ferguson regarding your November 23rd, 2018 email. And for additional context, between your email on the 23rd and this email, there had been a bit of back and forth because it seems that there might have been some difficulty or some delay based on the size of the attachments. Mr. Ferguson had emailed you on November 28th indicating that he would try to review the draft that week. And then on November 30th, he wrote, would you be available for a meeting next week on the 6th to go over the report and to finalize? One thing I didn't notice in the report was a recommendation related to using side reflective markers rather than the in-road markers. I know Eng would prefer the side markers rather than needing to mill the road to install markers. Prior to December 7th, 2018, when there was a progress meeting, did you receive any responses to the questions that you raised in your email?
I can't recall.
Okay. Registrar, if we can go to HAM 60465. We can call up image 2 as well. Thank you. And we're listed in the minutes as having attended a progress meeting on December 7th, 2018. At the top, it says meeting number 2, progress meeting. Am I correct in understanding that this was the second overall meeting? So following the kickoff meeting, not the second progress meeting?
Correct.
What do you recall about the meeting?
At this time, we had the draft report ready and submitted to the client. They have reviewed it, and we did this meeting to share the findings. We prepared a presentation. Mr. Bottesini presented the findings as he was the main investigator. And I remember that myself, Mr. Bottesini, and Brian, as well as Dr. Hadayri, were involved in the meeting. And the city received the presentation very well. And I guess they had some questions that they raised, and we documented the minutes of the meeting, and that's the overall recollection, my overall recollection from that meeting.
Thank you. Registrar, if we go to CIM 17524. I understand that these are slides prepared and presented at the meeting. Did you prepare these?
No, Mr. Bottesini prepared, I reviewed.
Okay. And if we can go to image 9, Registrar. So like in the draft report, the presentation included a summary of the collision analysis, including some that we had discussed earlier regarding the wet surface collisions. Registrar, if we can go to image 16. So also like the report, this slide included Findings suggest that inadequate skid resistance, surface polishing, bleeding, contamination, and excessive speeds may be contributing factors to collisions. Do you recall any discussion at the meeting relating to that statement?
I can't recall, but this was not a surprise at this point. I personally was aware of the summary of the previous reports. This is a repeat observation, although the percentages compared to the previous studies went up, and we presented it to the city. I can't recall any specific discussion. I don't think that they were surprised because that was the very similar observation compared to the previous studies.
Okay, so from your perception, the city representatives at the meeting were not surprised. Am I understanding that right?
Maybe I correct my wording. By surprise, maybe it's not the best word. I didn't hear any objection to this observation.
Okay. And did anyone raise friction or friction testing in response to this?
No, but again, because we knew that the roadway is going to go through the resurfacing, my personal observation was that this is going to be resolved in the near future.
Do you recall anyone mentioning Golder or Tradewind?
No.
And Registrar, if we can go to overview document 9A, 161 and 162. So this is going back to your November 23rd email, and just so that you have it in front of you. If you can call out, Registrar, on 162, the paragraph beginning with during the progress meeting, we would like to have your feedback. Do you recall any discussion about section 3.1.1 at the progress meeting? Or whether you were given any additional information?
Can't recall.
Okay. And Registrar, if we can go to page image 242 of the overview document. And you'll see at paragraph 569 on December 12th, 2018, Mr. Valla from the city provided you with some information regarding the RHVP design speed, advising that it was 100 kilometers per hour. Was this consistent with SEMA's prior understanding, to your knowledge?
This was one of the questions that we had from the city because we came up with compatible design speed by doing reverse engineering. But we wanted to know the exact design speed of the facility along the facility. So that was the reason we posed the question, and through this email we received the input for our question.
Okay, Registrar, if we can go to image 251. So this is at paragraph 597. I don't think you need to call it out, Registrar, but Dr. Selak, if need be, please let me know. So a few days later, on December 14th, 2018, you provided Mr. Ferguson with an advanced draft of the roadside safety assessment. What was the purpose of the advanced draft?
I can't recall exactly, but usually if there are new information available or there are sections of the reports that are not complete, we take it and apply some changes and send it again to the client. I think for this one, if I'm not mistaken, at the end, the summary was not available, and there was some request to review some police accesses, which we considered and included in the report. But at these stages, we don't issue the final report because there might be additional comments. That's why we call it advanced draft report. And I think that was the case for this one.
Okay. And registrar, if we can go to image 297. So on January 11th, 2019, so this is again moving forward a bit in time, Mr. Ferguson emailed Mr. Malone and Dr. Hadayegi asking for an update to the 2018 SEMA collision memo. And registrar, if we can call up also 298. So Mr. Malone emailed you later the same day advising that Mr. Soldo wanted the updated report by January 15th. And then moving forward, registrar, if we can go to image 311. Then on January 15th, 2019, you emailed Mr. Ferguson the updated collision memo. What was your involvement in the memo? Did you prepare a draft or?
I had no involvement in the memo, but if I'm not mistaken at the time, Mr. Malone was on vacation, so I just acted as the person who is sending the report to the city.
Okay. So the assignment itself you weren't involved in. You were just assisting by sending the completed work. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Registrar, if we can go to 315. Okay, so on January 17th, 2019, you emailed Mr. Ferguson attaching the final version of the RHVP roadside safety assessment report. And as I understand, the sections regarding wet surface collisions and SEMA's summary of the collision aspects of the collisions in this respect remain consistent with the draft that we looked at earlier. Is that correct?
Yeah, they were the same observations.
Okay. And so by this time, mid-January 2019, had you had any discussions with anyone at SEMA or anyone at the city regarding friction testing, or concerns regarding friction?
No, January 29th, no.
Okay. Sorry, it's January 17th, but generally in January, mid-January, you don't recall that?
No.
So your email also attached a log of comments from the city along with SEMA's responses. I think it might be easier to look at that document itself. Registrar, if we can go to CIM 17564. So on, did you draft, before we get into the comments themselves, did you draft the response to the city's comments?
No, Mr. Buttassini, as the main investigator, did it. I reviewed.
Okay. And on image 2, one of the comments relates to skid resistance. So this is the second full row on image 2. I'll just give you a moment to review that.
Can you
Sure.
highlight that? Yeah.
Thank you, Registrar. Okay, so had SEMA had information prior to the finalization of the roadside safety assessment relating to friction testing, would that information have been incorporated in the report in your view?
Definitely.
Okay, and why would that be?
This is the normal practice. If you have information that affects our recommendations, we include it, and it's relevant to the project, we include it in our observations. But your question is not referring to this comment, right? That's the general question that you had.
I will have some more specific questions
Okay.
relating to the comment. But when you say that SEMA would have included information that would have been relevant, or that would affect recommendations, would information regarding friction testing have affected SEMA's recommendations in the roadside safety assessment?
Depends which observations we are talking about. It may or may not affect. I don't know which information you're talking about.
I'm not talking about any particular information in this question, but just generally friction testing information, whether that would have been the type of information that SEMA would have considered given the scope of this project.
The scope of this project was the review of collision data, as I mentioned earlier, and the review of the roadside safety facilities. During our collision analysis, we came up with some observations that were suggesting that under wet condition, the collisions are more frequent. So if we had some observation relevant to friction, at least we could review, and if those information would result in any change in our recommendations, we would include it. But as the person who was closely involved in this project during the course of the project, myself didn't have any access to such information.
Okay. And would information have been helpful in providing this response here? Additional information, if any, regarding friction?
I think this comment is based on a recommendation that we had, that because we suggested to put slippery when wet signs as one of the safety measures, but our recommendation was to remove this sign after the resurfacing and after some time monitoring the collisions. If we observe reduction in collisions, the city can remove the signs. And the city was asking, do you have any threshold or any, how should we know that the resurfacing has an impact, how to measure that? And then our response was that that should be included in the some specifications that the contractor provides, and that's you only need to do monitoring of the collisions and make sure that the contractor does the resurfacing according to the standards. So that's my understanding from this comment and our response.
Okay, and did you have an understanding of what standards there should be?
No, I'm not a pavement engineer. I don't know.
Okay. Registrar, you can take this down and go to overview document 9A, image 376. So on January 30th, 2019, you received an email from Mr. Malone regarding a call he participated in earlier that day. Registrar, if you can just call out the indented text, and I'll give Dr. Select a moment. I'll give you a moment to review.
Okay.
So in the second paragraph, Mr. Malone refers to the results of pavement friction studies that have been undertaken. Before receiving this email, were you aware of any friction testing results?
No.
Did you have any discussions with Mr. Malone regarding this call apart from the email?
No.
And Mr. Malone's email also included, for the pavement friction expertise, I have contacted Jeff Petzold in Edmonton, who will assist in reviewing the content. Hamilton is seeking a written response by early next week that will confirm our position. I should be able to complete the written response on Friday. Were you familiar with Mr. Petzold prior to this email?
No.
Okay. And had Mr. Malone advised you that he had previously contacted Mr. Petzold in September 2018?
No.
Were you anticipating having a role in the written response Mr. Malone referred to?
No. At that point, no.
Okay. Okay. And Registrar, if we can go to images 377 and 378. So this is again, January 30th, 2019, a few hours later. You were copied on an email from Mr. Malone to Mr. Petzold, which attached the Tradewind report and a draft letter report from Golder dated December 17th, 2018. And just for context, I'll call up those reports briefly. Registrar, if we can do a side-by-side of CIM 17209.0001 and 0.0002. Sorry, it's 17209.0001. And then if we can have 0.0002. Thank you. Do you recall receiving the email and these attachments?
I recall receiving the email, but I didn't open the attachments right away.
Okay, do you recall approximately when you did review the attachments?
I think it was around the time that I felt that I'm going to have involvement in analyzing the friction data. At that time, I opened them, but again, until recently, I didn't pay attention to the naming of the companies who were involved, so Golder and Tradewind.
Okay, and when you say sometime later, was that, to give you some context, ultimately Mr. Malone prepares a memo dated February 4th, 2019, which was subsequently made public on February 6th. Do you recall if it was before or after?
I think it was after, because for the February 4th report, I didn't have any role. It was after that time that the city asked us to do a simple analysis on the friction data.
Okay.
And at that time, I got engaged and I looked into the data.
Okay. And recognizing that you might not have opened the attachments until sometime in February, to your knowledge, did you ever receive the Tradewind or Golder report prior to it being attached to the January 30th email? I can tell you that we don't have an email indicating that, but is
No.
your recollection? Okay. And before you received this email, so between the first email that we looked at and the second email attached
Lesions as
documents, did you have any discussion with Mr. Malone?
no.
Okay, and did you ever have any discussions with Mr. Malone about friction testing on the RHVP or friction standards in Ontario or Canada prior to your later involvement in mid to late February?
No.
And am I correct in understanding your evidence that you did not have any role in the anticipated written response Mr. Malone referred to?
Yes, I think Mr. Malone recently, when I was preparing for this hearing, if my understanding is right, that the reference of Mr. Malone is to February 4th memo, and I didn't have any conversation with Mr. Malone regarding the February 4th memo. 4th or 5th, I can't recall.
Registrar, if we can go to CIM 17169. Okay, and so this is a few days ahead. So on February 3rd, 2019, Mr. Malone sent you a draft of that February 4th memo and asked for any comments you might have before sending. And Registrar, if we can do a side-by-side with overview document 9A at image 417. And at paragraph 957, we see that Dr. Hadayegi responded, providing Mr. Malone and you a revised draft that included some minor edits and comments. And I'm happy to take you to the draft report if you think it would be helpful. But do you recall if you reviewed either the draft sent by Mr. Malone or the draft with Dr. Hadayegi's edits?
I remember the original email from Mr. Malone asking for review, and then at the time, Mr. Hadayegi took the lead to review the report, so I didn't. But I was CC'd on the emails, and until the submission of the report, I didn't open the report because I knew that the partner from CIMA, other than Brian, is reviewing the reports.
Okay, so prior to it being completed, you did not review it, is that correct?
Yes, I didn't.
Okay, Registrar, we can go to HAM 12863. Okay, and before I ask you a few questions on this, Registrar, I just wanted to note that I believe this needs to be marked as an exhibit. I think that's 155.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Thank you. So you were copied on an email on February 7th, 2019 from Mr. Olszewski from the city, who was asking CIMA for a signed copy of the RHVP roadside safety assessment. And then Registrar, if we can do a side-by-side with CIM 19269. So a few minutes later, you sent an email to Mr. Soldo with various CIMA colleagues attaching the signed version of the report. So first, did you send the signed version in response to the email from Mr. Olszewski?
Yes.
Okay, and is there a reason that you sent it to Mr. Soldo rather than responding directly to the email you received?
I can't recall exactly, but I knew that this report is something that Mr. Soldo needs to prepare for an internal meeting that they had at the city. So that's why I sent it to Mr. Soldo, but I can't recall the exact reason.
Okay, and how did you come to understand that Mr. Soldo needed it for a meeting? Did you have a call with him?
I didn't have any direct call, but it is possible that he had a conversation with Dr. Hadayegi asking him, and he informed me we are in the same office. It is possible. Again, I can't remember clearly, but it is possible that I got that information that way.
Okay. And as I understand, the only difference in the report you provided on February 7th and the one we looked at earlier from January 17th, it's just the signatures. Am I correct in that
Correct.
understanding? Okay. And why had SEMA not previously sent an executed copy?
It's very common that we don't sign our final reports. We only sign upon request from our clients.
Okay. Registrar, if we can go to CIM 19263. If we can open both images. Okay. And again, registrar, I believe this also needs to be marked. So exhibit 156.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Thank you. So on February 17th, you were sent an email from Dr. Hadayegi, who forwarded an email he and Mr. Malone received from Mr. Soldo earlier the same day. And I'll just give you a moment to look at Mr. Soldo's email.
Yeah.
So before you received this email, had you had any discussions with anyone at SEMA or the city regarding this assignment, or was this the first time you were learning of it?
I think it was the first time it came into my radar that we need to do an analysis for them.
And did you discuss? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm positive that this is the first time.
Okay. And after receiving the email, did you discuss the assignment with Dr. Hadayegi?
I can't recall, but it's possible.
Okay, and you later forwarded the email to Mr. Bottassini. Why did you forward the email to him?
Because Mr. Bottassini at the time was reporting to me, and he was one of my team members who I was relying to do this sort of analysis.
Okay, and on this assignment, what was his role as compared to yours or Dr. Hadayegi's?
I think at the end of the day, he didn't get any involvement in this project. I did it myself.
And Mr. Soldo attached friction testing data from the MTO to the email. And if it's helpful, I can call up the attached documents for you to review if it would assist in refreshing your memory.
I can picture those documents.
Okay, and prior to February 7th, 2019, were you aware of that MTO data?
As I said, I didn't open the reports the first time that I received an email that those reports were attached to. At this point, sometimes around this time, it was the first time that I basically paid attention to the friction data.
Okay, so just to be clear, the attachments to this email are different than the ones that I called up. These are data from the MTO collected between 2008 and 2014. So I believe from the documents we've received, this is the first time that you had received
Okay. So,
these
yes.
attachments. But I was wondering if you had any awareness of the data prior to that.
No, I didn't.
Okay. And Mr. Soldo's email included, the city would like to review the data, undertake an analysis if possible to develop a degradation curve based on the data point for each lane. And based on that work, develop a min/max range that can extrapolate a 2019 value. At this time, what did you understand the purpose of the request to be?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
Sure. Based on the information in Mr. Soldo's email, I'm wondering what did you understand the purpose of the city's request to be?
At that time, my understanding was that based on the data that historical data, friction data that they have, they want to come up with an estimate for 2019 friction data.
Okay, and did you know why, or did you have a sense of why the city wanted an extrapolated 2019 value?
No, I didn't. At that point, I didn't, but I could understand some of the reasons. One being that before the resurfacing, maybe they want to have a baseline to compare with later on when they do the resurfacing to see the level of improvement. That was something that I remember came to my mind.
Okay, that the extrapolated 2019 data could be used as a baseline. Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, that was my understanding, but we had questions if we can do this analysis at that point. At least I had questions, and I think that was the reason we consulted with others later on.
Okay, and I think we'll come to those emails in a moment, but to the extent that you're referring to consultation with others not reflected in those emails, please let me know.
Sure.
Registrar, if we can go to CIM 19262. I'll note that this email also needs to be marked as an exhibit. I think it's 156 or 157. I have lost track. You could confirm, Registrar.
It is 157, Council.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so you sent a draft response to Mr. Soldo's email to Dr. Hedayegi. At this time, what was your expected role on the project?
Let me see, this is February 19th. I was assisting Ali to communicate with the city in Brian's absence. I didn't specifically anticipate any role for the upcoming assignment, but since it was talking about data analysis, I could imagine that I'm gonna have a potential role, but I didn't speculate more.
Okay. In your email, you wrote, what is the city's timeline for this analysis? If undertaking a friction test prior to the resurfacing is required, when is the latest time that the friction tests can be completed? What did you mean by required?
Again, I thought that they want to do this estimation, and as an outcome of the estimation, we may consult them that the estimates that we did is not enough, and they probably need to do measurements in order to have a better answer in terms of the friction level on the highway before resurfacing. So that was just an anticipation for such recommendation prior to do the analysis.
Commissioner, I see that it is 3:15, the time of our usual afternoon break, and I am about to move to a different document. Would now be a good time for a break?
Yes, we want to make sure that we have completed today. How much time do you anticipate you will require?
At this time, I'm anticipating about 30 minutes, and I can suggest an all-council breakout room to get a view of.
Okay, I'm going to suggest we take a slightly shortened 10-minute break. We'll return at 25 past. Stand adjourned until that time. Thank you.
Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please do, Ms. Claire.
Okay, Registrar, if we can go to overview document 10A, images 114 and 115. Okay, so on February 19th, 2019, you emailed Mr. Petzold, forwarding the email we were just looking at. And this is at paragraph 289. Registrar, if we can just call out the indented text. Prior to sending this email, had you contacted Mr. Petzold before?
No.
And why did you contact Mr. Petzold?
I think I was asked by Brian to do that.
Okay, and was this via email or was this a phone call?
I can't recall, but it can be either of those. I can't recall.
Okay. So I have some questions relating to your back and forth emails with Mr. Petzold, but I'll give you a moment to review the exchange. I'm happy to close this call out and you can review across the 2 pages, or I can call out the exchange in full. Let me know what's easier.
I'm fine either ways.
Okay, Registrar, if you want to close the call out. And if you can just let me know once you've reviewed.
Yep.
Okay, so you advised Mr. Petzold that the city wanted to extrapolate the friction values from 2008 to 2014 to estimate a 2019 value. And Mr. Petzold replied that he would suggest a field measurement would be needed and that he would not be comfortable extrapolating the numbers. You responded, "Thanks for the input. I will let the city know about this." Did you advise the city of this?
I can't recall.
Right. And then in an email the following day, this is February 21st, 2019, Mr. Petzold provided 2 reasons. He wrote, "Unfortunately, I'm not able nor comfortable performing extrapolation on the friction values for 2 reasons." So first, Mr. Petzold's email referenced a voicemail from you. Why did you call Mr. Petzold?
Because we had to respond to the city's request quickly, and I was not sure if he's going to respond to my emails as quick as required. So that's why I called him, left him. I couldn't get a hold of him, so I left him a voice message.
Okay. And do you recall if you ultimately spoke with Mr. Petzold on the phone?
I didn't talk to him.
Okay. So turning back to his email on February 21st, he noted that he was not comfortable performing the extrapolation because traffic volumes and the age of the friction data. Did you agree with Mr. Petzold?
At the time, I gave it more thought, especially after receiving the email from Brian that he was saying that his understanding is that the city is looking to come up with the trend. And then later on, based on a thought that I think I included in an email to Brian, I came to the conclusion that considering the concern that Jeff had, we should still come up with some reasonable trends that can help us to come up with the best direction moving forward. I can elaborate on that when the time comes.
Sure. And Registrar, if we can go to 115 and 116. So I think the email you're referring to from Mr. Malone is towards the bottom of 115, where he wrote, "Isn't the city just asking for an analysis of the MTO data for the 2007 to 2014 to see the data trend in those numbers? I suspect they're looking to see if there is a trend in that data and why the city was not told." Just one brief point of clarification. Mr. Malone referenced 2007 to 2014 data. The emails that we looked at earlier did not include 2007 data. Were you aware, or had you received any data for 2007 beyond what was included in the email forwarded from Mr. Soldo?
I can't recall from that time, but reviewing the report, I see that the data starts from 2008. So that's the data that I observed.
Okay. And was Mr. Malone's response consistent with your understanding of what the city was looking for?
Generally, yes, but with this slight difference that I was thinking that the purpose of the city for this extrapolation is mostly to come up with 2019 friction numbers, to use it as a replacement to measurement, friction measurement. But then, based on the clarification that Mr. Malone made, I realized that the focus is mostly on coming up with the declining trend in friction numbers within the historical data provided to us.
Would you have had concern if the city was looking for to replace friction testing data with an extrapolated value?
At that time, I didn't speculate. We did an analysis later and reported on it. And we made it clear that we can talk about it later, but we made it clear that measurement needs to be done.
So that a field measurement should be done in addition to the trend and the extrapolation. Is that correct?
Exactly. In fact, we used the analysis as a strong support for the measurement. That was the reason that we proceeded with the analysis, because it was supporting our recommendation for friction measurement before resurfacing.
Okay. And so you responded to Mr. Malone's email. It starts at the bottom of 115 and goes to the top of 116. And he wrote that you could easily conduct a regression analysis and determine the degradation rate, and from there come up with an estimate for the 2019 friction values. This will be an overestimation, since in 2019 the pavement is closer to the end of its life cycle, and also there might be some growth in the AADT, resulting in faster than normal degradation of the pavement. Went on to say that the upper level estimate could still provide you with valuable information. What value did you see in providing that information?
So based on the comment from Jeff that he was not comfortable using historical data to estimate 2019 collision frictions, I thought about it more, and then I came to the conclusion that he's right, but still, by modeling the trend within a trend of friction data within 2008 to 2014, we can come up with the upper level degradation of the pavement. And if that number is something shows the poor performance of the friction, then it can easily support the idea of doing the friction tests, because my understanding from Jeff's feedback was he thought that because of the increase in traffic volume, maybe friction trends, friction goes down at higher rates compared to the rates that we observed in historical data. So, but still, that would give us an upper level estimate, which we could use in order to support our recommendation.
Okay,
That was the reason we proceeded with the analysis.
okay. And did Mr. Petzold's concerns give you any pause regarding conducting the extrapolation?
It did, as I said, but at the same time, I realized that what I'm suggesting is, in terms of this project, is a conservative approach. And in engineering, we usually consider the conservative approach by providing caution to our clients, which for multiple times in that 4-page memo, we provided caution. We have the wording that these results must be reviewed with caution. And we talked about the reasons that we believe so. And we also came up, we also documented that the factors that may affect it, and that at some locations along the highway, the friction numbers can be even lower. So with those cautions, I was quite comfortable with the analysis that we completed.
And in the next paragraph, you'll see that Dr. Hadayegi responded to Mr. Soldo about the friction analysis, and it includes some of the same language from your email to him. So was providing this information to the city intended to reflect some of the concerns raised by Mr. Petzold regarding the extrapolation?
Exactly. If you review the response that Mr. Hadayegi provided to the city based on my email, it's obvious that why we are doing this regression analysis, and it accounts for the 2 factors that Jeff highlighted in his email.
Okay, and did you view this as sufficient to capture Mr. Petzold's concerns that he had relayed to you?
Considering the outcome of our analysis, yes, I do. And I did. Because if our analysis was resulting in a statement that the city does not require to do friction testing, then that was another story. But our conservative analysis supported our hypothesis that the friction tests are required. So that's why we used that conservative analysis to recommend the city to do the friction tests prior to the resurfacing.
And both your email and the email Dr. Hadayegi relayed to the city included that the upper level estimate could be compared with the friction thresholds referred in the short tech memo submitted to the city. I understand that, or I anticipate that tech memo is the February 4th memo. Is that correct?
Can you highlight the section that is referring to a tech memo in Mr. Hadayegi's email? I can't
Sure.
recall.
It's the middle paragraph of 291, Registrar. It's the paragraph beginning with, however, this upper level estimate.
Yes, that's correct.
And did you have an understanding of how the extrapolated data could be used to compare to the friction thresholds? Is that something that you had an understanding of how to do, or whether it could be done?
Again, as I said, I'm not a pavement engineer. I'm a data scientist working with a variety of data, including friction. The comparison with the thresholds, in my opinion, could be done because by knowing that these are upper level estimates, and if that comparison results in poor performance, it means that in reality, the numbers are even lower. So that was the whole purpose of the emails that you see here, to reflect that idea.
So this work ultimately resulted in a second memorandum dated February 26, 2019, which you've referred to. So just for clarity, I'll refer to it as the February 26th memo or the February 26th SEMA memo. So in a few moments, I'll ask you some questions about the content of the final version. But before that, I'd just like to ask you some questions about your involvement in the drafting process. So did you conduct the analysis and the extrapolation of the MTO data yourself?
One of the team members did the analysis, but with my involvement. He did the analysis based on the directions from me.
And who was that who conducted the analysis?
It was Mr. Deng, D-E-N-G.
And did you draft any part of the memo itself, the actual language of the memo?
No, Mr. Malone drafted the memo, but he shared it with me to make sure that the numbers and the conclusions made make sense from a statistical point of view. I reviewed that report and provided comments.
Okay, and you said from a statistical point of view, were you reviewing the memo in its entirety, or were you reviewing a specific?
I read the whole report, but my expertise was relevant to the statistical analysis and the conclusions made based on that.
So on February 25th, Mr. Malone sent you a draft of the memo. Registrar, if we can go to CIM 17092 and a side-by-side with the attachment, which is 17092.0001. Okay. And Registrar, I note that both these documents need to be marked as exhibits. So that's 158 and 159.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Okay. Just for complete context, Dr. Selek, I note that Mr. Malone had sent you a second version after sending you the first version, but that you responded advising that you had already worked in the first copy, and you provided your comments to that copy. Registrar, if we can go to images 4 and 5 of the attachment. And actually, Registrar, if we can go into the native version of this document so we can see the changes more clearly. Registrar, let me know if you need that document ID again.
Sorry, Council, it might just take me a minute to find the native here.
And perhaps if we can go back to the image and I can provide the context.
Going to see.
Okay, Registrar, if we can just go to the image and okay. So Dr. Selek, the native version of this document shows that the table on the image on the left that's green and white, that you inserted that table. Do you recall making that change?
I can't recall, but if it is possible that I've done it.
Okay, and do you know why you would have why you included that table? And Registrar, if we can actually just call that out so it's easier to see. Thank you.
So can you help to remember, you're saying that in the first draft or the first version, this table was not included and I did include it later on, or did I change the format of the table? I think based on what I see here, the table on the right was included, and then I changed the way that we are presenting to the one that is highlighted in green.
Okay, that's helpful. We can see that you've made a change, but it's a bit difficult in track change to see kind of what precise change you made to the table. So you don't recall what changes?
Based on this, I can say that if you look, the table on the right only has one column for frictions, which are the friction measurements from 2008 to 2014, except for 2013, which data was not available. And then what I added was the third column, which is labeled as friction estimates, that has the friction estimates from the model that we trained based on 2008 to 2014 data. And that way you see that we were able to estimate friction numbers from our model for each of the years, including the years without any measurement, meaning 2013, 2015, and all the way to 2019. So that was the change that I made to the table.
Thank you, that's helpful. And Mr. Malone subsequently provided you with another draft for review, and then you responded providing a few minor revisions. Registrar, I'd like to go to that document. It would be preferable to have it in native form. It's CIM 17088.0001. But we can go to the image if it's not accessible.
Sorry, Council, if you could just repeat the doc ID for me again. It's 10.
CIM 17088.0001. And if needed, we can just call up the image. And again, I can provide the context to Dr. Select.
Sorry, it's CIM 17.
088. .0001. Okay. And thank you. If you can just call up both the second image as well. Okay, so there are a few minor revisions that you made in the document, which appear to me to be largely copy edits. Do you recall if that's consistent with your recollection of your second review of this memo?
Yeah, it's possible because probably I put my original comments on the first version and then I copied to the second version.
Okay, and Registrar, if we can go to the last image, please. Okay, and if you can just call the first half of the page so that it's a little bit easier to see. Perfect, thank you. So you also left a comment on the signing line, which says, if you need a partner in crime, you can include my name as well. For reasons that you know, I am not insisting though. Prior versions, or this version and prior versions, only included Mr. Malone on the signing line. Were you using partner in crime as an idiom for being included as a signatory to the document?
Exactly. Mr. Malone, the first two versions that he wrote, he left his name. I just wanted to offer him, since I was involved in doing the statistical analysis, I was confident about the analysis that we did and the reasonings. I suggested him to use my name as well. And I used that as an idiom to suggest him that he can use my name.
Okay.
And also at that time, we were aware of the sensitivity of the project. It was February 20 something, I can't recall, 24th or 25th. It was a general knowledge. And that's why I added the last sentence. But overall, this shows that I was and am comfortable and confident on the conducted statistical analysis.
Okay. And Registrar, if we can go to the final version of this document, it is HAM 36327. And if we can go to images 2 and 3. Apologies, it's 36336. And images 2 and 3, please. Can you explain how you conducted the analysis and extrapolation, or how you directed your colleague to conduct that?
Yeah, definitely. We received the friction data for the Red Hill Valley Parkway. The testing was done for different lanes of the highway, different directions, and at different temperatures. So we the first model that we tried was including the individual observations, but then in order to come up with a more conclusive result, we combined the data, and on the graph shown on the page on the left of the screen, you see on the y-axis the friction numbers, on the x-axis you see the years. The triangles, the blue triangles, are the actual friction measurements, and the red line with small circles show the trend that we were able to fit into the triangles. And this is done by conducting a regression analysis, which is considered as a statistical modeling tool. And the type of the analysis that we did is a nonlinear regression analysis, because based on the data that we observed for the friction measurements, it was obvious that the trend is not linear. So that's why the best fit was coming from nonlinear. We tried linear, but nonlinear resulted in better fit. And yeah.
Thank you, that's helpful. Registrar, if you can call out on image 3, the text underneath, beginning with, "We have extrapolated the values to 2019, so the second paragraph, to lastly, the results determined for 2019, those paragraphs there. I'll give you a moment to review.
Yep.
Okay. In your view, did this language adequately provide context for the information provided and how it could be used and not used by the city?
Exactly. If you see the second line, the first sentence on the second line, after talking about the extrapolation of the data, we right away started with results must be viewed with caution. And then we explained that mathematically the 2019 values were the best fit, but that the actual 2019 field data can be different compared to the estimate because of a variety of reasons. And these reasons are the ones that Jeff provided us, and we also, myself and Brian at the time, had the same understanding. So we highlighted here that the traffic volume is one of the factors that can be that can affect. So if we are dealing with a highway that the traffic volume has increased, the friction numbers can be different. We also noted that there should be some nonlinearity in the data. We tried to capture some of them, but not all of it. And then we concluded that the last sentence of the third paragraph, we concluded that we note that our regression analysis does not directly model normal life cycle of the pavement friction degradation. So these are all the cautions that we made, but at the end, we came up with the result, and you can see it in the next page of this memo, page 4, that we, at that point, we compared it with some of the thresholds, and we concluded that we strongly suggest to do field measurement of frictions.
And you mentioned that these paragraphs were intended to capture some of the information provided to you by Mr. Petzold. Did he have any involvement in the drafting or review of the report?
As long as I know, no.
Okay. And did you have any additional contact with him regarding this assignment?
Yeah, the emails that we went through.
Sorry, to be clear, following the emails and the drafting of the report?
No.
Okay.
No.
And did you have any concerns regarding the values that were extrapolated?
As I said, we used the estimation in engineering. We always doing estimation as long as we be confident that it's gonna support the truth. So we used this extrapolation. We provided all the cautions more than 4 or 5 times in 4 pages, and we identified. You see in the last sentence, in the second last sentence of the last paragraph called out here, we said that long-term extrapolation of delta data will be less accurate than estimates done over short term. But as I said, even with that, the results showed that the friction was coming to the value of 29, which is equal to the threshold for stopping threshold for a stopping distance. And we also highlighted that this is average value at sections of the highway. The numbers can be even lower. And at that time, with all these cautions, I personally was confident that our analysis is a sound analysis.
Okay. And registrar, if we can close that and go to images 3 and 4. So you, Dr. Selleck, you referenced the comparison of the extrapolated values. So the memo includes, this is at the bottom of image 3, continuing to the top of image 4. The paragraph starting with the extrapolated 2019 average friction value is lower than the results reported in the Golder report. Did you draft any part of this, or were you responsible for the analysis outlined here?
No, this is the parts that Brian had more expertise, and he wrote these.
Did you have an understanding of the types of friction testing used by Tradewind or the MTO?
No. As I said, I don't have expertise in measuring frictions. I have expertise in estimating data, including friction.
Okay, and I take that to mean that you did not have any expertise on the comparison of friction testing methodologies or equipment. Is that correct?
No, I don't have any expertise in comparing friction measurement methodologies, but I have expertise in comparing friction data.
Okay. Registrar, if we can close these and just leave image 4 open. So the memo goes on to discuss the values in comparison to the assumed design values. And as you mentioned in an earlier answer, that the extrapolated value was equal to the stopping distance design value used in a 100 km/h design speed. Did you have any involvement in drafting this section?
No, as I said, the whole report was drafted by Brian. I read the report, provided comments, but I was in agreement with the statements. And maybe just to clarify, after completing the analysis, I had a conversation with Brian, and I briefed him on my opinion about the data. And based on that conversation and his own expertise, he drafted the memo.
Okay, and when you say your opinion on the data, is that regarding your opinion regarding the trend?
Yes. So, for example, many of the sentences that are about some of the cautions that we made at the beginning, and also how we should look into these estimations are coming from the conversation that I had with him. But he drafted the memo.
And do you have any knowledge on or expertise on how or if field values can be compared to design values?
No, I don't.
Did you have any concern with the extrapolated value being used in this way in comparison to the design values?
No, I didn't. My only understanding at the time was that our recommendation here is important, that we are saying you have to go and measure the frictions.
And Registrar, if we can go to 4 and 5. So at the top of 5, there's 2 paragraphs that relate to the recommendations in SEMA's 2015 report. Did you have any responsibility for considering whether SEMA needed to revise any of its prior recommendations?
But by prior recommendation, you mean the recommendations under the site safety review?
It says here we have reviewed the recommendations in our 2015 report in light of the MTO friction testing data. Were you involved in that
No,
review?
I was not involved in 2015 report.
Okay, and you mentioned the roadside safety assessment. Did you consider whether SEMA needed to make any changes to its recommendations in that report? Was that something that you did or were asked to do?
I thought about it at the time, and again, because we knew that our recommendation is one of our recommendation acknowledges that the city is going to resurface the Red Hill Valley in a very short term, in a very short timeline. Then we knew that that recommendation is going to happen as part of the city's practice.
Okay. And did you have any discussions with anyone at the city regarding the memo after it was provided?
No, that was my last involvement in this project, and I can't recall having any conversation after this point.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Those are my questions for Dr. Selek.
Okay.
I understand that counsel for some of the participants have indicated they have questions as well.
Okay, let's start with Ms. Roberts.
Thank you. Dr. Selek, it's Jennifer Roberts, and I'm counsel for Boulder. I do have a few questions. First of all, if we can start with that extrapolation, were you aware that in May of 2019 that ARA in fact conducted friction testing of the Red Hill?
No, I was not aware of preparing for this hearing. I reviewed some of the documents, and then just a few days ago, I understood that measurement happened. Yeah.
Did you provide yourself an opportunity to compare the actual friction data with your extrapolation?
No, but I remember there was an assignment that I was not involved with, and it was dealing with the new friction data.
So you did not do a comparison of your extrapolation with the ARA friction data?
No, I didn't.
Thank you. I want to go back and go into a little bit more detail, if we could, and understand a bit better than I do the roadside safety assessment. Registrar, can you please call up Hamilton, HAM 1642. There we go. Could you please go to image 7, page 1? So first of all, Dr. Selek, I understand that at this point you, in order to do the analysis for the roadside safety assessment, that you have information about the design speed for the Red Hill. That's correct?
At the time that we did the draft report, we didn't have, but when it was at the final report stage, we did have.
Okay, so if we go down, Registrar, can you please call out the last paragraph, full paragraph, as well as the, just this last bullet at the very bottom? Thank you. And you see here that you refer to the design speed of the road being 100 kilometers per hour. So at this point in this version, which is January 2019, you have the design speed for the Red Hill Valley Parkway. That's correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Registrar, you can take down that call out. Can you please go to footnote 3 and call that out, Registrar? Thank you. So this is just a reference in this footnote to the fact that in the prior SEMA reports, and the one referred to here is 2015, you did not have, or SEMA did not have, the design speed for the road. Do you see that?
Yep.
And if I understand it correctly, SEMA had deduced what it thought must be the design speed based on the operating speeds. Do I have that right?
That's correct. It's one of the very common ways to estimate the design speed. That's based on the 85th percentile of operating speeds. And that's the way that we did it. Of course, I was not involved in that study, but I imagine with the people who prepared 2015 report followed the same methodology to come up with assumed design speed.
So based on the fact that people are actually drive on this road at 110 to 115 kilometers per hour, SEMA used that as the basis for deducing what the design speed should be. Do I understand you correctly?
Yeah, it's not just the maximum speed happening there. It's the speed that 85th percentile of drivers travel below it. That's right. The speed that, based on traffic engineering, we consider as a surrogate for design speed.
I see. Okay, but at this point, you actually have the design speed, and so your assumption in the prior reports is not correct.
If you could go through some of the comment log on this, this is something that was suggested to be included in the report. That's why we said we included. But since 2015 study that didn't have the design speed, this was the way that they calculated it. But later on, between the advanced draft report and final report for this roadside safety review, we understood that the actual design speed was 100 kilometers per hour.
Okay, so the assumption you made in the 2015 report that the design speed was 110, you now know is not correct. I have that correctly?
That's correct, except that I was not involved in 2015 study.
I'm not making an accusation against you. No. I'm just trying to make sure that we've got an understanding of the facts.
Exactly.
Registrar, can you please take that call out down and actually go back to the paragraph, that last bullet point, the high operating speeds? Thank you. So this is what we've just been talking about. And can you just go through that again? So the operating speed, can you just repeat how you get to that percentile? So 85% people driving on the Red Hill drive below 110 or 115?
Exactly. When the way that they collect speed data is either using the loop detectors that are embedded in the pavement, or putting some automatic traffic recorders. For this case, it should be the former because of the speed, because ATRs or automatic traffic recorders cannot be installed on roadways with speed equal or more than 80 kilometers per hour. So I know that there is a permanent station, a loop detector along Red Hill Valley, and that records the speed of each vehicle that travels in the northbound or southbound direction and for different lanes. And so at the end of the day, we have the data for all vehicles, and we should be able to identify the speed at which 85th percentile of vehicles traveled below of it.
Okay, thank you. And I know that there's quite a bit of analysis on speed that I don't think you're involved in, and I'm not going to take you to it, sir. That would certainly get me in trouble with the time limits and other people who want to ask questions of you. Registrar, can you please turn to page 3, that's image 9. This is just a graph of it's described as figure 1 being study area. I just want to look at this briefly. As I understand this assessment, you're not looking at such issues such as the distance between the interchanges and weaving distances or sight lines on the exit and entrances to the ramps.
As part of this study, we didn't have any scope to look into the weaving maneuvers or safety along the highway. Our scope was to look into the roadside elements. That's correct.
Thank you. Okay, Registrar, can you please turn to the next page, page 4, geometric design review. So the other thing that you have at this point in the end of 2018 is you finally have the drawings and can verify the geometry.
Mm-hmm.
That's correct?
That's correct.
And I'll just note that I think SEMA's been asking for the drawings since 2013, but you now have them in the end of 2018. So one of the things I want to look at is just the issue of the radius of the turns. You've got if we can pull out, please, the table in the middle. And actually the paragraph below it as well. Actually, yeah, go down. There we go. Thank you. Thank you, Registrar. Okay, so you've got an extract, I think, from the TAC Guide 2017. Is that what that chart is? Table is?
Correct.
Okay, and at this point, you know from the drawings that you've got a series of turns of quite tight radius, including a radius turn in the main line south of King Street of 420 meters. That's correct?
Correct.
All right. And that is compatible under 2017 guidance with a design speed of 90 kilometers per hour. Do I have that correct?
The last curve, yes, but the first two are at 100.
Got it. But I was asking about the one that's 420, sir.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, correct.
Thank you. Okay, and that means that at least for a portion of the Red Hill, you've got a design speed and a posted speed, which are both 90 kilometers per hour, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Registrar, can you take down that call out, please? And can we please turn to the next page? Can you please call out the last paragraph, none of the ramps in the study area and the table? Okay. So I think you have from the drawings some of the dimensions for the ramps, but it looks as though you've also used Google Earth to estimate some of the radius of the turns. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And when I look at this, it appears that the advisory speeds and the advisory speed, that's in fact the posted speeds on those ramps.
For ramps, we never have posted speed. We do advisory speed. That's correct.
Nonetheless, if I were driving on the Red Hill, I would probably see a sign saying 40 kilometers per hour on those ramps, or 30, as it were.
Those are all advisory speeds.
Thank you. And so what we've got is design speeds matching the advisory speeds.
It says that the design speed is equal to advisory speed.
Yeah, sorry, I used the word match, but equal to, yes. Okay. And when you were doing this assessment, were you aware that the pavement on the ramps was in fact different from the main line?
Can you elaborate? What do you mean by different?
So there's SMA asphalt on the main line of the Red Hill, and the ramps are paved with an FC2. Is that something that you knew?
I didn't. As I said earlier, I'm not a pavement engineer. I didn't know the difference at the time.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Okay. And if we can go forward to the collision history, I think it's image 39, page 33. There we go. Okay. So this is a summary of your overall findings, and I believe Commission Council took you to some of these in some of the PowerPoints. I just want to go through some of this. You've, pardon me, talked about some of the wet weather collisions and those statistics. And in overall findings, the last bullet point said these findings suggest that inadequate skid resistance, bracket surface polishing, bleeding, contamination, and excessive speeds may be contributing factors. Thank you, Registrar. In the prior reports, when Mr. Malone was questioned about similar language that appears in some of the prior reports, he said that the reference to bleeding and contamination was just a textbook extract, and that wasn't something that was observed. When you repeat it here, sir, are you saying that bleeding and contamination is something that has been observed on the Red Hill, or are you doing as Mr. Malone did, repeating an extract from a textbook?
I can't speculate about that, but again, I was not the person who did the site visits. I was involved in this project as a reviewer, and okay. I didn't observe this myself, so I cannot comment on this.
Okay, thank you. And I think if you can please go to critical locations and Registrar, if you can highlight the mainline collisions involving wet surface conditions. No, second bullet. Thank you. Actually, it might be easier for all of us if that's if you can call that out. Thank you, Registrar. Okay, so you say mainline collisions involving wet surface are extremely high proportions between Green Hill and King Street. And you refer to the design speed of the King Street interchange, but I'm going to suggest to you that the turn between Green Hill and King Street, that's the 420 radius turn, which has the design speed of 90.
Maybe I just elaborate on this.
Mm-hmm.
The design speed was 100 kilometers per hour. That's a parameter that the designers at the time considered. that's not a changeable parameter. That's the number that at the time they designed the highway against. But the 9 kilometer per hour is the compatible design, the speed that through reverse engineering based on the TAC tables we came up with. So these are two different numbers.
Okay,
So,
fair enough. Thank you. Thank you for the correction. You're right. So my point was that in fact, that turn under the 2017 TAC guidance would be compatible with a 90 kilometer design speed. Do I have that accurately?
correct.
All right. And so when you identify wet weather conditions, the tight radius turns and the high speeds all being potential contributing causes to the numbers of accidents, you're not here also including the issue of the weaving and the sight lines on the interchanges, and the elevation changes.
Since the study was not scoped to review those behavior and those parameters, we didn't comment on that.
Right. But I take it you'll agree that all of those additional conditions would potentially exacerbate the demand for friction in those locations.
Generally, there are many factors that can affect the safety of highway, including the ones that you mentioned. But again, since I haven't reviewed any of these in the field, I cannot comment on that. I don't know if the items that you're referring to are in the field because I haven't reviewed them.
Got it. Okay. But I'm understanding your report that it's your opinion that and I'll speak more generally, the tight radius turns combined with the high operating speeds, particularly in wet weather conditions, are contributing to the high number of accidents.
The statement that we made here, because probably you know already based on the previous hearings that at the time that the highway was designed, the TAC numbers were different and they were resulting in 100 kilometer per hour compatible speed, which was consistent with what the designer considered. So the designer, based on the standard of the time, they didn't violate the standard, but the standard got updated later on. And now here, what we are saying is, based on the newest standards, this specific horizontal curve is not as par with the standards. And that can be a contributory factor to the high number of collisions that we are observing.
Right, particularly with high operating speeds.
And considering the speed, that the operating speed, as well as the wet surface condition, that results in these collisions.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for your patience.
I just want to correct, potentially resulted in these collisions.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. McIver.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Hi, Dr. Sleck. I'm Heather McIver. I'm counsel for the MGO, and I just have a few questions for you today. My first question, I know that your expertise is in data science, not specifically pavement. Were you aware that SMA, stone mastic asphalt, was the aggregate that was used on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No.
Okay. Registrar, could you please pull up CIM 19263? Thank you. And if you could just pull it at the bottom email, the second paragraph, the city. Okay, and so here, I appreciate you're not copied on this email, Dr. Sleck, but it would appear here that Mr. Soldo is initially asking for the extrapolation to be done, he says, based on the data point for each lane, and then develop a minimum and maximum range. We know that you opted ultimately to use one average number per year rather than the per lane structure. How did you decide on that? Did you have any discussions about the change in testing methodology?
For the estimation methodology, yes, we did receive the data for different lanes, but if we wanted to include lanes as well as other factors like surface temperature into the MAM model based on the sample size that we had, it wouldn't give us a robust statistical fit. So that's why we decided to pool the data, aggregate, and do the modeling based on the average. That was based on the limitation in data.
Okay, and so just to ensure I have that, based on the sample size, if you were to sparse it out per lane, it in your view, wouldn't be as accurate as using one general number per year.
Yeah, in the statistics, we have the concept of degree of freedom that is being affected by the number of samples you have available.
Right.
And that degree of freedom can be reduced by the number of factors that you include in your model. So if you have, for example, 20 observations and then you try to include 10 factors into your model, your degree of freedom is going to be reduced by 20 minus 10 minus 1, because the equation is the number of observations minus the number of factors minus 1. And the lower the degree of freedom, the lower the accuracy of the model. So that's why we decided not to include those factors and just comment on the average numbers.
Okay, and so further to that, you mentioned the number of observations. So that would be the number of data points that you're working with in terms of the actual test results. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and so I guess it follows the more test results you have available, the more accurate the model is.
Correct.
Okay. And I believe you said earlier that you were not aware that there was also testing results for 2007 available, which is why this is focused on 2008 to 14. Is that right?
That's correct. At the time, we were provided by 2008 to 2014 data, and that was the only data available to us. Okay.
And then you also mentioned regarding Mr. Petzold's concerns in performing the extrapolation, that they were valid, that the longer out you provide an estimate for, the less accurate it's likely to be. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then you also mentioned you attempted to address some of his concerns by accounting for two factors that he raised. What two factors were those?
He explained that through maybe the traffic volume in 2019 is significantly different than the traffic volume within 2007 and 2014, the time window. And also the fact that we are using data with 5-year lag, and that can reduce the accuracy of the model, and also the fact that overall the degradation is a nonlinear phenomena. So by choosing a nonlinear function, We tried to capture some of that impact. But at the end of the day, when we are doing engineering, it's all about estimation. So we use the data available to us to come up with the best estimation possible, but considering the limitations. If we haven't considered the limitation, that would be something else. And also the purpose at the end was to back up our recommendation that the testing is required. So, and the analysis supported that with the conservative approach that we took, and we included that analysis in the memo.
Okay. And again, just so I'm sure I understand, in terms of, let's say, the traffic volume issue, did your equation account for that by assuming an increasing traffic volume into 2019?
No, because the traffic volume data were not available to us.
Okay.
And again, traffic volume would be another factor being included. Going back to that degree of freedom discussion, it was not ideal for the sample size that we had. So that's why we didn't include it. But through the nonlinearity, that nonlinear structure somehow considers it. And the other thing is, we knew that in 5 years, something that is going to change significantly is not traffic volume, because usually these highways have 1 to 2% growth in traffic volume per year. And just 5 years is not going to change the traffic volume profile that significantly.
Okay, that's fair. But again, that traffic volume data wasn't available, so the specifics wouldn't have been integrated into the model. It's based on those assumptions, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So one thing I'm still a bit unclear on, and I appreciate that you addressed it to some extent. I'm just wondering, what was your understanding about why the city wanted an extrapolated number in 2019 rather than just going out and getting the actual measurements to begin with?
Honestly, I can't speculate for the reason, but I think, again, in engineering, you always start with lower cost actions. So estimation was the first thing that comes to mind. And then if that warrants measurement, then you go to the next step.
Okay, I see. So sort of fair to say an estimated value is better than nothing, but then the actual measurement would be the more accurate data if that was feasible.
Exactly. So if our study would include no recommendation in terms of actual testing, then using that estimation should have been treated with concern. But since we recommended estimation, the measurement, that there shouldn't be any concern.
Right. So that was sort of a check on the outcome of your report.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Registrar, could you please pull up HAM 36336, please, and page 5? Okay, and so there's a statement here, and let me know if you can't see it, but it says MTO data provides clarity on the issue of friction being a contributing factor in collisions. And do I have it right that you didn't author that specific finding?
I didn't.
Okay. Did you agree with that conclusion?
I can't speculate because I wasn't involved in that 2015 report. I think it's referring back to that report. I can't speculate.
Okay, that's fair. I just note that earlier today, I believe you mentioned that the FN 29 as you said the threshold for stopping distance, but I also know that you've acknowledged that your expertise is not in methodologies or thresholds or friction standards. So I guess my final question is how did you conclude that FN 29 was appropriate in this case?
I was not involved in making that conclusion. It was Mr. Malone, but from what I read from his report, he's not saying that 29 is the threshold, that if you go lower or be higher, it reflects the safety of the roadway. There are multiple factors. It's not just friction. You can have a highway that has more than 29 friction values, 0.29 friction values, but still they're unsafe, or vice versa. So I think there is a statement that, again, I didn't make that statement, Brian did, but is talking about the same thing that I'm discussing here. But the point where when we compared the estimated friction with 29 was only as one of the indications to do friction testing. That was the threshold that we used to support our recommendation.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Select. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Registrar, can you take that down, please? Mr. Mishra, for the city, do you have any questions?
I do, Mr. Commissioner. Good afternoon, Dr. Salek. I just have a couple of questions for you today. First, I've got some questions related to SEMA's reporting practices. Is it fair to say that while working on a client project, it's important to raise any safety issues that SEMA may observe?
Definitely.
And it would be important to identify these concerns, even if the safety concerns were beyond the scope of the project. Is that right?
That's correct. If you have enough observations to back up our concerns, that's correct.
Understood. And you would raise these concerns clearly with the client, correct?
You're referring to which report?
If you had concerns, you would make sure that you would raise these concerns clearly with the client in the general case, correct?
Correct, with the means of communication that we have, for example, our reports. Yes.
Understood. And you would also clearly identify any immediate steps the client needed to take to address those concerns at the time.
Correct.
And I understand you're also a professional engineer, correct?
Correct.
And apart from SEMA's obligations to provide accuracy and information about safety concerns, you understand as a professional engineer, you have a duty to report on any issues that endanger safety or the public welfare.
Correct.
Mr. Registrar, can you pull up SEMA 17524, please?
Sorry, Council, do you mind repeating that?
Of course, it's SEMA 17524, please.
Thank you.
And Dr. Salek, for your reference, this is a slide deck that SEMA presented on the December 7th, 2018 meeting with the city. I know we've already covered this to some degree in your earlier examination. You attended this meeting, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Registrar, can you turn to image 9, please, of this document? Thank you. And you'll see that one of the conclusions of this report was that wet surface was a main contributing factor in the collision analysis on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Is that right?
Correct.
And the proportion of wet weather collisions on the Red Hill went from 50% in the 2015 SEMA study to approximately 64% in the 2018 assessment. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Registrar, can you turn to image 17, please? You'll see that this slide includes the SEMA recommendations to reduce collision severity and frequency. Is that right?
Correct.
Here, SEMA does not recommend closing the Red Hill Valley Parkway, correct?
Correct.
Okay, nor did it clearly identify any specific interim measures that the city needed to take in advance of the resurfacing. Is that right?
Our understanding was that the resurfacing is going to happen right in a very short period of time. And so the first recommendation was acknowledging that. And then the other recommendations, for example, intensify slippery when wet signage, is a recommendation that the city could go and implement right away. Or oversize the speed limit signs and speed feedback signs and speed enforcement are recommendations that could happen in a couple of hours after that meeting.
Understood, but there's no direction from SEMA that either of these recommendations needed to be implemented right away. They could be done before or after the resurfacing. Is that right?
No, that's not right. Those recommendations were included as a short-term recommendation. When we put something as short-term, it means that the city can do it right away.
Okay. Mr. Registrar, could you turn up HAM 12273, please? So this is the SEMA roadside safety assessment, the final version. And Mr. Registrar, if you can turn to image 24, please. You'll see that on this page, these are the SEMA's final recommendations to reduce collision frequency / severity. You can take a second to review this if you'd like.
Sure.
Okay. And looking at these recommendations and the final recommendations that SEMA provided, this doesn't state that any steps needed to be taken prior to resurfacing, correct?
If you go to the minutes of the kickoff meeting, we have a section that we talk about the recommendations, short-term and medium-term recommendations. And it was clear to us in the city that these recommendations can be considered in short term. And many of these recommendations don't need to wait for the resurfacing.
Thank you, Dr. Sally. I appreciate that in prior minutes, there were certain recommendations that could be considered in the short term. But my question was more specifically related to the final recommendations that were presented to the city in the final report. You would agree with me that in the final report, there was no recommendations that any of these steps needed to be done prior to resurfacing with respect to the collision frequency and severity. Is that correct?
I respectfully disagree. There is no sentence here that says that these recommendations should be conducted in conjunction with resurfacing. These are our recommendations.
No, and I appreciate that, Dr. Sal. I guess I'm not asking you if any sentence saying that it couldn't be done in conjunction. My question is more specifically asking, there is no specific recommendation that any of these steps needed to be done prior to resurfacing. You would agree with me that none of these recommendations listed were recommended or SEMA had recommended were required or needed to be done prior to resurfacing. Is that fair?
We didn't identify that these recommendations should be done immediately or in conjunction with the resurfacing, but based on what is happening, working with many municipalities, we have municipalities that take our recommendations, do it overnight, and there are municipalities that wait to do it in conjunction with some of their major capital programs.
Understood. And sorry, I just want to just make sure it's clear for the record. You agree, though, that nowhere in this report it says that it's required to be done prior to resurfacing.
Mr. Commissioner, if I may, sorry, Mr. Tobin from Council for SEMA, I think the witness has been asked and answered.
I think he's answered the question.
Yeah, I agree as well.
Okay, I'm happy to move on.
Thank you.
Dr. Salek, is it fair to say that there was no need for interim measures related to friction because you anticipated the resurfacing would resolve any potential pavement issues in the near future?
Based on our understanding, the resurfacing was something being done in a very short time frame, and we acknowledge that's gonna have positive impact on the collision data, especially those happening under the wet condition.
Okay. And there was no imminent safety concerns that needed to be addressed prior to resurfacing. Is that fair?
I cannot comment on that. Our recommendation was clear that we observed collision trends, but in anticipation of the imminent resurfacing, we recommended that the city proceed with that resurfacing.
Understood. Thank you. And given your role and expertise, I take it you're familiar with the principles of Vision Zero?
Correct.
Okay, and you understood that Vision Zero principles focus on reducing fatal or serious injuries as opposed to merely reducing the total number of collisions, correct?
Vision Zero says that the highways need to be designed to be forgiving, and the idea is to have fatal and serious injury collisions happen to be zero. But it doesn't say that we shouldn't consider reducing total collisions. PDO collisions are also important, but the vision is to have no fatality or serious injury.
Understood. So it's fair to say that from the Vision Zero perspective, the focus is on reducing fatal or serious injuries. That's the perspective of Vision Zero, correct?
As one of the authors of the Ontario Vision Zero Guide, the vision for when we implement Vision Zero programs is to have in long term to have fatal and serious injury collisions approaching to zero. But there is whatever measure that we consider to achieve that is gonna reduce the PDO or property damage only collisions as well, because they're also important.
Okay. And when completing a collision analysis, you'd agree with me that it's important to look not just at the number of collisions, but the severity of the collisions. Is that correct?
Can you repeat your question, please?
Of course. So when completing a collision analysis, you'd agree with me that it's important to look not just at the number of collisions, but also the severity of the collisions.
Correct.
Okay. And were you aware that the number of police reported and injury collisions on the Red Hill had decreased since 2015 following the 2015 SEMA review on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I don't have the recollection, but at the time, probably I have observed this.
Okay. And similarly, were you aware that the number of fatal collisions on the Red Hill had decreased or stayed the same since 2015 following the 2015 SEMA safety review on the Red Hill?
Can you repeat your question?
Of course. You're aware that the number of fatal collisions on the Red Hill had decreased or stayed the same since 2015, following the 2015 SEMA safety review on the Red Hill.
Yes, we have the section in our report that talks about fatal and injury and severity. But to me, as a safety engineer, that's not a complete picture, because collisions per se are random events and they are the ultimate consequence of the safety along the highway. So 1 year or 2 years, you may have a very high number of collisions, and without doing any intervention, the next year or a couple of years after that, you have no collision. Especially when you look at fatal and injury collisions, that is even more tangible, because fatal and serious injury collisions are even more rare. So I, as a safety engineer, I cannot comment that because in 5 years you have reduction in fatal collisions, that means that you are doing great. That I cannot make any observation on that. That's because that can be because of the randomness in collisions, which is a known and proven phenomenon in road safety.
Thank you, Dr. Salek. Mr. Commissioner, can I just have a second to review my notes?
Mhm.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Thank you, Dr. Salek. Those are all my questions.
Okay, Ms. Leclerc, anything further?
I don't have any questions, any additional questions for Mr. Select, but I do have two documents to mark as exhibits as a housekeeping matter. The first is HAM 36327. That I believe is 160.
Thanks, Council.
And the second is CIM 17088.0001 as 161.
Sorry, CIM 17088.0001.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And that's what number?
161, I believe.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Well, Mr. Salek, thank you very much for appearing this afternoon. You're excused. With respect to the rest of us, I understand that we are not sitting tomorrow because it is the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation. So we stand adjourned until Monday morning at 9:30. Thank you very much. Have a good weekend and see you then.